Testing 1 2, testing 1 2. We are live now. Sorry about the delay, everybody. Had to make sure kids were fed. All right. Audio is good because I can hear myself. Need to mute that. All right, let me see in the comments who's out there tonight. I see we got a couple people that's already tuning in. Type in the comments. Let me see who we got. I'm still waiting for my guest, my live guest. So I may go ahead and start the other part of the show, which right now I'm standing up because I can't sit down during this podcast. This one is something very special. I have not done this yet. I'm probably going to do it a little bit more in future podcasts where I'm going to do interviews. Either I'm going to do them live or I'm going to do them pre-recorded based on the persons that I'm interviewing, based on their schedule and my schedule. They are probably either going to be recorded, or if they can join me live, I will bring them to me live. But tonight I have a special guest, live special guest, Andre Lett, Mr. Andre Lett, better known to everybody in Atlanta as Dres Tha Beatnik. He's an MC, world champion beatboxer, and event and concert host, organizer here in Atlanta. Some of the stuff that he has planned is, what I can remember is he did the last DMC championship that was here in Atlanta, and that was the first time that I've met and saw him, was when I went to the DMC, and there were a lot of good Atlanta DJs, a lot of guys that I know personally that were in that show. It was awesome. And like I told him when I talked to him on the phone the other day, bring back the DMC. Bring back the DMC. We need DMC Atlanta. The closest DMC that we have here, I think, is either Chicago or Tampa. Tampa was probably the closest. And they haven't had anyone here for Atlanta in probably, wow, it's been maybe 3 or more years. I would probably say at least 5. So let's see. I think I got my guest right here. There he is, right there. What's going on, man? I was just talking about you.
What's going on?
You know, it's all good, though. It's all good.
All right.
I'm telling everybody that I got you tonight as special guest. And then I also have a pre-recorded segment that I did with the interview. Shay M. Lawson. She's to round it off, she's an entertainment lawyer. If you haven't seen the description that I had posted about it, I did an interview with her about DJ and live streaming. You know, why DJs are getting clipped and basically muted on all different platforms, and what can they do about it and why is it happening. I asked her probably about somewhere between 8 to 10 questions. So you want to make sure and stay tuned for that, because that's going to be later in the show. So right now, I'm going to go ahead and get started to the man here on my left or right, whichever way that you're looking at the screen. Now, he has something to say. He had a post earlier last week that caught my attention. It was about music, about where music is going in the future. Then he had another post followed up about it, asking about all the different types of DJs. So I didn't know that they was related until I had spoke to him and he brought it together and make sense. So right now I'm gonna let him talk about that. I'm gonna post the invite link in the comments. So if anybody wants to ask him questions or join in with us here at the round table about what he's gonna be talking about, I have the link there and you can join in. So now I'm gonna give him the floor while I go ahead and get it set up so anybody can join in. All right,
All right.
first introduce yourself. Introduce yourself. Let everybody know who you are, because I mean this is not just local for the Atlanta DJ Zone. It's also worldwide, and it'll be played on YouTube for like ever. So I definitely introduce yourself before you start off anything.
Sure.
All right.
Well, my name is Dres Tha Beatnik. I am a MC. I'm a human beatboxer, host. I'm a lecturer and a former United States cultural liaison to the People's Republic of China. I talk for a living. In short, that's what I do. Hip hop is my passion, and and quite honestly, my job or my purpose in this is actually to provide those inroads for the little guy. I'm a huge proponent of championing the independent music scene, not just here in Atlanta, Georgia, but worldwide. I'm a firm believer that everybody can get a piece of the pie, or at least a taste of it. I consider myself a blue collar musician, in the fact that I'm self-made, I'm self-sustained. I don't have a loan, aka a record contract or anything like that. I don't work for corporate America. This is what I do, and I've been doing it for 23 plus years. I love my job. I love my job mostly because I love people, and because I love people, actually, it's helped me become better at it. So, this is the wrong line of work to be in if you hate people. So this is me. This is what I do. So enough about me. The statement that good brother Kenyon is referring to is I made a post on my social media that said, if DJs stop playing the music that they don't like, then maybe clueless artists would stop clout chasing the whack shit and get back to making music that's dope. Now, when I made that statement, when I put that statement out there to the world, I knew exactly what I meant. And I knew exactly what the effect I was going for by making that statement. I come from a different school of thought. And I've had more than a good fair share of folks attempt to, how can I put this, try to justify their point for the things that they do. I am no judge. I'm not, I don't do that. That's not what it is. I made this statement because I feel like there has been, at least for a minimum of 15 years, there's been a lopsidedness when it comes to this music, and when it comes to, in particular, this culture that we love and respect and call hip hop. So I made that statement because I felt that statement needed to be made, and also, I also wanted to try and figure out the different types of DJs that are out here. Like, I think, like when it comes to hip hop, of course, DJing is an element of it. But I like to get down to the simplicity of things. So, while people are trying to, cut their own slice of what it is that they do within something that's bigger than them. It all has to boil back down to something simplistic that can be easily digested by experts as well as novices. So that's where that came from. And thank you very much for having me on the show. We can keep talking. We can, this is awesome. So let's go, man. Let's go.
All right, now let's go back to how you introduce yourself. And I want to ask you this question because when I said send me your accolades, you sent me a lot, but it was the last one that caught my attention. I said, okay, I'm gonna ask him about that. And when you mentioned it, I want to ask, how did you become liaisons to the Republic of China? How did that happen?
Okay, well, so we're clear. My tenure ended in 2016. It was a 10-year residence, it was a 10-year tenure. Try saying that quick 3 times. It started in 2006, where I actually went to China to actually work, pretty much hosting club events over there with DJ Lord of Public Enemy. That turned into folks and trying to explain to them hip hop as I knew it. So the understanding that they had of hip hop at the time we were having this conversation, they believed that 50 Cent was the originator of hip hop.
What?
Again, I'll say it again for those that didn't really hear me the first time I said it, because I'm saying all these big words and shit. The thought process was that 50 Cent created hip hop according to China.
Wow.
Now, you and I know better.
Yeah.
I like to think our audience knows better, and knows that that's totally not a true statement, and that they were easily 33 years off. So it got me to start talking some more and pretty much just trying to, at a dinner, keep in mind, this was dinner conversation. Mm-hmm. Trying to, I guess, encapsulate 33 years of hip hop at that time. Like, I had to bring them from August 11th, 1973 to 2006 within the confines of an hour and a half dinner in Shanghai, China, with people that are native to China. So one thing led to another. I got asked to, after we had this dinner and had this long conversation, I got asked about another 2 more times to recant this conversation to people that were over there, that more importantly, that worked for the U.S. Embassy. Mm-hmm. And that turned into having an interview with the State Department at the United States Embassy in Shanghai. And it resulted in me getting involved in a program called Freedom Roads. And the Freedom Roads program is literally just a cultural exchange program where American artists go to points abroad and bring American culture to those various places where they're sent to, and vice versa. Those various cities and countries or what have you would send ambassadors to the United States to educate Americans on their culture as well. So what ended up being just a simple conversation for me literally changed my life in so many ways. Um, it resulted in me actually having to go to China on a number of different occasions to go to universities and educate college students on hip hop culture and history, and to also go to what's called little schools or international schools, and introduce those kids, the children there, to hip hop via human beatboxing, which is my first love as far as hip hop is concerned. And I did that faithfully and dutifully for 10 years. And it was one of the best experiences, like I mentioned, I could have ever had. And it's something that I definitely do not take lightly.
So now you were there for what were you there for originally? What were you there
I'll
doing
just
before
pretty
you
much to
became
go do a job. Like I got hired to go host parties at clubs.
in China, and then it led to what you just mentioned?
Mm-hmm.
And you said they were 30 some years behind. 50
Yeah,
Cent was the originator of hip hop for them.
according to China, yes.
Wow. All right, now let's go to this question. Now, since we're on that, how did your other titles, World
Mm-hmm.
Beatboxer and MC? How did you
Well,
gain those titles, or how did you become what made you become an MC?
What made me become an MC? You mean a host?
Well, just MC, because you're MC, an artist
Mm-hmm.
too, right?
Yeah, I mean, I've put out a project or two, but I wouldn't compare myself to say a Jay-Z, no. But have I gone through the process of writing, recording, mastering, manufacturing, packaging, and selling, marketing and selling my music? I've done that, but I'm not a career MC.
Okay, gotcha.
I guess. So what got me into wanting to write my rhymes and all of that, honestly it came from wanting to see something that I didn't see. Like, that's a great question. I just want to let you know that nobody's ever asked me that question. So thank you for that.
Yeah, because I mean, the thing is, I don't know a whole lot about you. I've heard about you, but I don't know a whole lot about you. I've only met you. We've only met one time, and it was probably real briefly. You probably don't even remember me then, but I still have the email from the Eventbrite for the DMC. It's still in my email. I keep it in my email. I haven't deleted it. So I'm like, okay, now maybe I can get to meet him a little bit more. I want to know more about these titles, because the beatboxer I didn't know. The MC I knew, the event I knew, the liaison I did know. So I mean, there's a lot of people and a lot of DJs in the zone and other places as well. Like, okay, who is this guy? I don't know this guy. So that's what I want you to do. I want to know who you are, and then you're also letting everybody else know who you are, because I'm sure there's a lot of people that don't know who you are, just like me.
Well, so I am a 2-time world amateur human beatbox champion. That's one title that I hold. Another title that I hold is actually for 3 years running, I was the #1 hip hop live concert and event host in the country. That came via a program from Scion. It was a hype man competition, and I ended up winning the whole deal. That's pretty much it. I mean, like I am not a DJ. just so we're clear and so that the listeners out there have a better understanding, I'm not a DJ. I don't profess to spin records for a living. I don't even spin records for a hobby. Like, I love music. I play music all the time, but I would never, ever, 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 ever refer to myself as a DJ, a disc jockey, whatever, you want to call yourself and what you're doing. I don't do that. My job, my call, like I mentioned earlier, my calling in life is actually developing artists and also helping DJs. Like, but I don't do that. I don't spin records. My job, like, take for example, if a DJ's in it spinning a room and they're spinning in front of a crowd, my job is literally to be a translator, if you will, for what the DJ's trying to do. I'm a lifeguard without water. I'm a pair of eyes for a DJ when they just continue to keep staring in their computer instead of looking at their floor. That's my job. My job is to keep everything on track. I'm a conductor. That's what I am.
Okay, because I know it was mentioned in a post, I think sometime last year, because there's a lot of DJs in the zone and other groups that are like shy of the mic. Some of them say, well, I talk with my hands. There are some events that's okay. There's some events that you need to actually learn how to cater to being MC, basically knowing how to speak to people, knowing how to capture the crowd, knowing how to engage the crowd in the music as well as, just playing the music, because it hypes people up more when there's somebody out on stage that's taking the music. May take a person to this level, but when you got somebody that's talking, that's engaging with the crowd, that's going to move them up a lot more. So that's what he is. And it's a post that somebody created last year. They were looking for an MC, and your name kept getting tossed into that post. And that's what I knew you was. Now, let me ask you this question for all the DJs that's out there, all of them that are shy and have a fear of getting on the mic or don't know what to say on the mic. What can you say to encourage them to open them up more? What would they need to do in order to be able to grasp a skill of being able to talk on the mic?
Honestly, okay. So the way that I got educated on doing this, the simplest manner that I can actually make it for a DJ that fits the description you're talking about. You're creating a conversation. Like, there's a couple of layers to this. One, you're having a conversation with your audience, with your mix, with the music you choose, the way you present it, your BPMs, how you make your transitions, your cuts, your scratches, your flares, your crabs, all that. That's one layer of conversation. The second layer of conversation is actually, there's two ways of going about it. You can either rely on use what I love to call the busy bee technique, which is call and response. Somebody say ho, and whole crowd goes, like, you give a call and you get a response from the crowd. That's one technique. The second technique is honestly just performing with the music that you're playing. Like my job requires me to learn a lot of music. I'm damn near autistic when it comes to hip hop. Like, I probably have learned more more shit about these records than I probably should. And probably, need to. But I feel like that education and that knowledge and education helps me become a better translator to the mood and feel of music, to the crowds that I have the privilege of being in front of. Yeah, like when it comes to DJs that have to do their own mic work, and there aren't that many. There aren't that many, but the ones that are out here, like I've seen good, I've seen great, I've seen phenomenal, I've seen horrible. But so with the ones that are horrible, and horrible, it's like all of this is subjective. Just so we're clear, Kenyon, like all of this is subjective. But the easiest way to get over it is to actually to push through it is to just talk, keep on message. Say you got hired by insert person for such and such's birthday party. Make sure that you can keep yourself in the rhythm, much like with your mix. Every 3 songs, hey, once again, blah blah blah. This is DJ Woo Woo Woo. We hear it in at such and such's birthday party. Happy birthday! You know what I'm saying? And we're gonna get everybody out on the dance floor. Come on, let's go, let's move it. You know what I'm saying? Like that's one way of, you know what I mean? Like just, and like I said, once again, mentioning like every 3-4 records. You know what I'm saying? Like making sure that happens, and people are going to come to the booth. That will never stop. Everybody thinks they can do what you do. Everybody. And Lord forbid that you're on a microphone. Everybody really believes that they can talk. And for what it's worth, we all can talk, but not everybody knows how to conduct a crowd. So, and there's a huge difference between the two. There's, I've seen MCs get on microphones and honestly don't speak at all to the party. Like you would swear they thought they was in their own bedroom by themselves. Like they're not worrying about nobody else in the room. They're just talking just because they have a mic in front of them. And then you have your MCs that just shout all the time, like just no color. You know what I'm saying? Like there's no color in their voice, and that becomes monotonous, and that becomes boring. Uh-huh. The easiest way the easiest way I can explain this, man, is to tell those cats, like, just roll with your records and just stick to message. Like you don't have to talk over every bar. You don't have to talk over every hook. You know what I'm saying? Or every chorus or every intro. You don't have to do all of that. But at a certain point, you do have to be able to check the pulse of your room. Like you don't get a call back to play a room if you don't talk to your room.
Sure.
You know what I have seen and what I have learned is those DJs that grab a mic and want to talk to a crowd but don't know how to talk to a crowd don't get callbacks. And the ones that talk too damn much on a microphone to the crowd don't get callbacks either. And the ones that are silent don't get callbacks either, unless they're just playing some phenomenal shit or their name truly precedes who they are. And that takes a long time to get that kind of traction. But you have to know your records in order to be able to talk in front of them or over them or however you want to call it. You know what I mean? You just got to be able to do that. You got to know your records. Every record doesn't require talking. Some records require nothing but talking. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and what you saying on that is that, and I tell people this a lot, that you gotta engage with your room. You're up. The booth is always up high for a reason, because you need to see everybody down. You need to be able to see what this female is doing at the bar. You need to see what these guys are doing over here in the corner. You need to see what this person right here in the back that just nodding their head. You know, that's how you get the attention of people. You figure out, you try to analyze a few people and try to captivate them. You want to entice them to come to the dance floor. If you could get a group of girls, if they're vibing off the song that you're playing, then don't stray off that vibe and go completely left with something different. Stay with that. And the more that you keep them engaged, you're going to play that hit that's going to bring them to the floor. Once it brings them to the floor, you're going to have some other ones that's going to come to the floor. Over here, come to the floor. And that right there, when you get the dance floor packed, and well, not packed constantly, but it packed enough to have people sweating to the point where they're sweating, they need to take a break, they go to the bar. That makes the owners happy. That makes the bartenders happy. That makes the promoters happy, because at that point they're making money because there are more sales in food and drinks or whatever. It's like a life cycle. And you are the person that's responsible for that. And a lot of that, like what he's saying, MCing has a whole big part of it. Just playing music without talking, not engaging with the people. It's going to leave your dance floor is empty. Everybody is going to be dry and not thirsty. So that's what you got to do. Now, let me ask you this.
Sure.
What DJs out there? What DJs out there for everybody that's watching? What DJs out there that you have MC'd for?
Well, let me see. I guess I'll start locally and I'll bring my way up. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So here in Atlanta, DJs such as Kemet, JC, my crew, Party Superheroes crew, which consists of DJs Lord, Fudge, and the Grand Imperial DJ Majestic, Salah Nanse, Kai Alche, who else? DJ Razor, DJ Scissorhands, DJ Drama, DJ Sense, Don Cannon, Rasta Root, Ja Prince, DJ Rosarius, Solomon Kim, DJ Sofa King, Jackmaster Solomon, Sofa King, Prince Presto, DJ Seek, Cristo Disco, Preston Craig. Let me see. Black Sunshine, DJ Cozy Sean. DJ ATL, DJ Bad, DJ DJ Princess Cut, DJ Roots Queen, Phil X, DJ Action Love, who's Special Ed's DJ, DJ Sammy B of the Jungle Brothers.
Now you went from local to
I told you how I was going to start this.
Yeah, and I'm still thinking you local. I'm still thinking you local. I didn't know some of these DJs were living here in Atlanta. So right now at the point, all right, y'all check this out. Even though he just named a lot of local, and he's starting to get into bigger names now. Just the local ones, the hairs on my arms are standing up. I kid you not, because he's like, oh, I didn't even know, and the hairs just standing up on my arms, and he just coming off and like, oh, I did so and so, I did this person, I did that person. So he has a huge record. I'm gonna go ahead and let him finish because I want to hear where he stops at, how high he goes up. Go ahead.
Okay. DJ Mars, DJ Shakim. Oh my goodness, who else? Oh yeah, okay, I'm sorry. Red Alert, Kid Capri, DJ Cash Money, DJ Jazzy Jeff, Rich Medina, Questlove. I've rocked a set once with DJ Spinner. Who else? Oh my goodness. Oh, DJ Wally Sparks, Xavier Black, Jeremy Avalon. Battle Cat. DJ with Talib Kweli when he DJs every now and again. Who else?
What about internationally?
Internationally, DJ Martin Too Smooth, who is actually he's actually Eve's DJ. But and also the DJ for Gumball 3000 car rally. I don't know if you're familiar with that.
Any
let me see.
DMC champions?
DJ Crush? DJ Crush, DJ Heron. Tactician, a DJ. Oh Lord. The Executioners, Cut Chemist, Newmark, Qbert, Craze, Clever,
damn. Man, you need to just write this down one day. Am I the first person that ever asked you this?
Pete Rock, Premier. Actually, you are the first person that's ever asked me, because I'm sitting here like normally I would probably have an answer like already ready for you, but like I'm sitting here thinking and I'm combing my brain out and I'm remembering all of these cats that I've actually had the pleasure of working beside. And it's a crazy list, man. Like I'm not gonna front and act like, oh, it's just run of the mill shit. Like that's crazy. Like I said, I've been doing this for a while, but I still love my job. You know what I'm saying? Because I get the privilege of choosing a new adventure every time I get to work. So there are cats that don't want an MC, but after they have an MC, they're like, holy shit, why didn't I have an MC before? That happens a lot. I've had some experiences where cats are like, yeah, no, I'm good. Don't bother, or, not that guy again. I've had those happen as well. But then, those situations get talked out and then we get back to it. My outlook or my thought process is, even though I have a microphone, my job is to never be louder in a sense than the DJ that I'm working for or working beside. Like I am an instrument that is at my DJ's disposal, never the other way around. They don't work for me, I work for them. And I wholeheartedly believe that. And I'm only as good as the DJ that I'm working with. So if I'm horrible,
he's gonna be horrible.
That's pretty much it. But like I said, man, like I'm originally from Philadelphia. Um, I've been in Atlanta for 25 years, and I've been doing this professionally for, like I said, like I mentioned, for 23 plus years. So I'm going into my 24th year of doing this professionally, and I don't see I don't have any plans of stopping anytime soon. But you know, we're in a very weird and strange time now. Um, and honestly, I think it's a very amazing time, truthfully. Um, and you know, I got into a conversation a couple days ago. I had explained how I felt like we, despite all of this COVID-19 and coronavirus stuff that's happening, how we're in a very great time as far as creativity is concerned. Mm-hmm. And the point that I was making with that was, which led me actually to the post that got me here. The conversation, my end of the conversation pretty much boiled down to this. As of right now, we're almost 3 months in quarantine, right? Mm-hmm. Like 3 months of us not being able to go outside and do our normal routine day-to-day daily stuff. We were in month number 3 of this. So, and at a certain point, we're going to get out of this. My thing is, and has, and will always be, if we have all gone into this, and you were a creative or a self-professed creative going into it, and did not figure out a way to expand what you do, modify or upgrade what you do, you wasted your time. Like, if nothing else, this particular period, Kenyon, this is the shit that separates those that do the shit, those that try to do the shit. Like, everybody's way of getting money ain't gonna be the same way coming out of this.
Everything.
Like, I have heard and seen and listened to plenty of DJs talk to me about, you know, this is what they do for their money, and you gotta, dude, the rules are about to change. I don't know if y'all know this, but the rules are about to change.
If they haven't already.
Right. Like, you better figure out, if you come out of this shit still a one-trick pony, congratulations. You just fucking failed. There really isn't a different way of putting that. Like, you know, like I said, like I see cats that literally are like, yeah, I'm just here for the money. Like, if blah 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 hires me, that I gotta spend with. Listen, there's a private gig, and I understand that part of it. But I'm not talking about private gigs. I'm talking about the public shit. Like, I'm talking about that. I'm talking about the fact that there's literally artists making music every day that most DJs don't even fucking play. Like, how are we not listening? How are we not listening to new shit by now? And it's not like none of us are going anywhere. Everybody's stuck in the fucking house. Why can't you? And they're looking to you to tell them what to listen to and what to groove to. You mean to tell me you can't break nothing new? The fuck out of here. That's what I mean by what I said. Like, I think that's doing the art form a serious disjustice. Like, you're honestly not sticking to the art form. And then to lean on the idea that, oh, well, you know, it's radio tells us what to play, or, you know, social media. Man, motherfuck that shit. The DJ is the conductor, man. Like, listen, they don't know what's fucking dope unless you tell them what's dope. And a lot of y'all just co-sign bullshit because y'all on somebody's record pool, or somebody then went and shot you a few dollars. Like, come on, man. You gotta be better than that. Please be better than that. That's my thing. Before any of this shit, like, I'm a fan first. Please, Please, I'm fucking begging y'all. Please fucking choose better records. And it speaks to that. I got problems, man. Like I have issues with these things, man. And it just it just hurts. I get that there really isn't no other way of putting it. Like, you know, it just hurts to see cats like rest on.
Oh, we got disconnected. I don't know what happened. Maybe his phone went dead. If we got anybody, I think we had somebody that tried to get in to join live. If you want to join live again, go ahead and click on the link. I'm about to show the link again. This link right here to join in as a live guest. We got 4 other seats. When he comes back, there he is right there.
Yeah,
right, there we go.
I'm sorry. Like, dude, I got so wound up. I didn't went.
I thought either your battery went dead,
man,
or he just got
none of that happened.
But like that's minutes out of the phone.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, like Subs BSC, he gets it. Like, I'm sitting here going through the chat, like he gets it. Shout out to him. You know what I'm saying? Like, he gets it. It's like you gotta step. Like, if we're in this solitary confinement where we're quote unquote alone together, and you're not sharing it, you're not stepping outside of your normal zone and sharing some new shit, some different shit. You're not, you know, hey, I heard this new song today. This shit is dope. Let me play this for y'all. Maybe y'all might get into it. Maybe you won't, but I'm going to play it. You know what I'm saying? Okay, it's at best. Let's see what an intro, a verse, and a hook is about 1 minute 30. So 1 minute and 30 seconds out of a fucking 4-hour mix or 1 hour mix. You mean to tell me you can't break no new fucking record in 1 minute and 30 seconds? Or how about this? You're D Nice. You spend for motherfucking 72 hours and don't play no new fucking music? Come on, man.
I get you on that.
What the fuck, yo? Like, seriously? Seriously, the whole world's watching. You got an opportunity to say something and you don't say anything? This is the part that pisses me off when it comes to hip hop. And it doesn't have to be the old school shit. That's the other part. A lot of these cats really try to dumb down the argument by wanting to bring up or say, oh, well, you just an old head. No, fuck out of here. This ain't about an old head, young head shit. This is about music. Like, unearth some new shit. DJs are motherfucking audio archaeologists. Fucking dig out some new shit and give the people some new fucking food. Period. Feed us, man. What is wrong? How is this a bad thing? Like, none of us right now, no mobile DJs, no wedding DJs, no radio DJs, no club DJs. Nobody's getting paid to play music right now. Nobody. The government is not giving you any motherfucking bread to spin records. So why not figure out during this time how to break some new shit, cover some new ground, and earn some new fucking fans? What's wrong with that? I don't get. That's the part that I don't get, man. And it incenses me, man. Like, shit. Like, I talk for a living. This is what I do. I know that I can't be in front of a club, in front of an audience, at a concert hall, at a concert, at a venue, on a tour right now. I can't do none of that shit. But I have a gift that I can use to contribute to help other people's lives be easier. What I decided to do is a motherfucking just read children's books to kids every day. That's what I decided to do. That's my contribution. When I ask most DJs what are their contribution, they're worried about their lives, but then they're not doing nothing with their lives. Like, great, I'm glad you got a laptop. I'm glad you got some speakers. I'm glad you got a webcam, bro. So what you gonna teach me today?
Right, they're doing bare minimum. When they
bare minimum.
What little bit they actually are doing is so bare minimum. They don't even realize it. It's crazy to me. Like, me and Kim were having this conversation last week on the podcast, and we were talking about this very thing, about how, step outside your box, do something different. So what we did as DJs, so you're probably familiar with some other people. I think Ricky Raw.
Yeah,
that's one of my guys. So it's a bunch of us. What we did was we created a Twitch channel called the Atlanta DJ Collective. So we're all playing together. You know what I'm saying? We basically run it 7 days a week, like a radio station. We all have time slots that we stick to. We're all in there, bigging each other up. We bring in, more people because we're all bringing our own individual fan bases or family or whoever, and they're getting introduced to people that they haven't seen or wouldn't know about otherwise. And everything is, and it's cross promoting. So some of the people that are playing only play on our channel. Some of them have their own channel and play on both. Some will multi-stream and stream on Facebook and Twitch and wherever, all at the same time. But in doing that, they're cross promoting. So they're bringing the people from their channel over to ours. They're taking people from our channel, and then we tell them, hey, go subscribe to their channel too. So everybody's growing together. You know what I'm saying? Instead of just, staying stagnant and doing the same thing. And then we're inspiring each other to step outside of our genre box, and playing the same thing. And that's what I was saying last time. I was like, if you typically play in a club that got a ratchet clientele and all you ever get to play is trap, take an opportunity to play a whole R&B set. Try do something different. Anything outside of what you normally do. Just do something.
Like nigga, throw some boom bap lyrics over a trap beat. They not worried about what the fuck you doing. They know they're already programmed by the drums. What you feed them over them drums is something different. Like,
people don't know what they want until you give it to them. Like, and people didn't know that they wanted the vibes that D Nice was giving them until they did it. I saw so many people that were commenting about it, like, yo, I ain't heard some of the joints that he played in so long, and the vibes that he had, they were so good. I ain't had a vibe like that in the club in a long time. Yo, that's like, it's like that's Tuesday for what I listened to, the stuff that he was playing. Like, that's nothing.
Exactly. That's Friday at MJQ.
Right.
The whole time, I'm
exactly.
Like, nigga, you ain't played nothing new.
Nothing. But it's stuff that they ain't hearing because they go in the clubs where DJs there playing the same thing every day. They're playing the same thing that they hear on the radio. They go to the club, they play the same songs there, and they play them over and over again throughout the whole night. Do something. You got full control. Yes, you can take requests, but you got full, unadulterated control of what you can play right now. You got no club managers or promoters yelling at you that you shouldn't be playing this, play this instead. You ain't got no program directors telling you got to play certain songs. You ain't got none of that. You the program director, play what you want to play. I'm known for playing drum and bass. That's what I primarily play. Since we've been doing our stream, I've played not only drum and bass, I've done an entire 3 hours of slow jams. I did 4 hours of nothing but Prince. I did a hip hop.
Hell yeah.
Well, more of a, I did an 80s hip hop night. I did just for Mother's Day. I played like going from like 70s jams that I heard growing up that she played all the way through the 80s up into 90s stuff that we listened to, you know, me and my sisters and my cousins, stuff we listened to. So just going through the whole spectrum of just playing all kind of different things. And that's something that I wouldn't normally get to play because whenever I get booked, they expect me to play drum and bass because that's what they know me to play. But now I don't have to stick to that. I love playing that, and I still do. But I like playing other stuff too. Mix it up.
Right. And the thing is, the other part too is you could play drum and bass because that genre is mostly instrumentals.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like what it's worth, you could play all the D&B you want and lay whatever you want over it as long as some BPMs match.
Right.
Like, you ain't lived to
you can also go in one of the things that like a lot of more mainstream genre DJs don't understand or look at EDM DJs kind of weird, you know, saying, you know, they don't really understand what it is exactly that they're doing. What we're doing, we have freedom is what we have.
Right.
You know, where you're stuck in playing certain songs because people want to hear their favorite song. We still have to do that to some extent, but we've got the freedom to actually introduce new tracks because it's all about the music. So we'll play something that will just be like a floor smasher and they'll just be like, oh my God, what was that? They don't really, they want to know what it is, but in the moment they vibe into that song. When you're done, they're going to run up to you like, yo, what was that one song? You know, so, you know, we got freedom to be able to play a lot more of what we want to play within the set. But even with that, you still stuck in that genre when you playing that set. So we taking this opportunity to spread out and try other things because the other things too. I keep telling people, I was like, the promoters are watching. They see what we doing. They watching these streams too. So when this is all when this is over and the clubs open up and we can go out and we can play in the clubs again, now they done seen that we can play other genres of music, other styles that we can do, other things that we can get into, different ways we can get busy. And now they're gonna be like, oh, you know what? I didn't know you could do that, but I saw that stream and man, it was crazy. I was loving it. I want you to come down and play that at my show.
Right.
Now I'm opening up to something else.
Right. Now you done rebranded.
Right.
And didn't know it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Now because you're rebranded, now you could go ahead and start setting your real rate.
Right. Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
you're putting yourself at a whole different caliber. You know what I'm saying? Just if you take this opportunity and do the right thing. Right now, some people, they just want to play music. I get that. You want to play music. You can't, you ain't got no other place to play it. You know what I'm saying? You want to play it for people. I get that. Absolutely. But how many times you going to do that?
Right.
The same thing. You know what I'm saying? You don't get bored. That's really my question. It's like, you're not bored doing the same thing. That bores me. I need variety.
Right.
All these records behind me ain't the same genre of music. You know what I'm saying? Like, I need variety. So, you know, but that's, you know, I don't know. It's a mentality that I haven't really understood with some people. And, you know, I say stuff in the zone and people look at me funny.
Like, I try to be like super empathetic, man.
Right.
Because I get it. Like if you're stuck, you're stuck. And I recognize the time that we live in where cats aren't as willing to be vocal because they feel like it's gonna disrupt whatever ecosystem they've put together. Like, let me not say this because I might talk myself out of a job or you know, this or that or the other. It's like, dude, no, like you set yourself up to be able to do these things. So you set yourself up. You said you wanted freedom. Now you got freedom and you don't want to talk. You don't want to talk like a free person.
Right.
Like that baffles the shit out of me. It's like, wait, well, how did you, you know what I mean? Like, I just want to give niggas a hug. Like, damn, I'm just like, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Like, I know where I work. I know that at my residency at MJQ, I know that it is very different from most nightclubs in every city.
Mm-hmm.
I know that it's different.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't take my job lightly, and I try very hard not to speak as if I'm spoiled. That's one thing I really try to stay away from.
Mm-hmm.
Coming off in some way, shape, or form, or being perceived as spoiled because of where I work. Like, we can play whatever the fuck we want at MJQ.
Right.
You know, and I understand that most clubs aren't built that way.
Mm-mm.
Like,
yeah, MJQ is one of those rare places that from the moment you walk, like you're walking through the parking lot, there's a vibe that's unique. Yep. that you don't get from anywhere else. As you're going down that little slope and you go in and there's a vibe. And so it's a very unique spot.
Right. So when cats are like, well, you know, if I go to my job and I do what I want, I'm gonna get fired. Like, no, I don't necessarily think you're gonna get fired, especially if it works.
Right. You got to test the waters to find out if it's going to work.
Exactly. Like, this is you. Right, like this is we're talking music entertainment here, man. We're not talking rocket science. Like, yeah, I get it. If you're a molecule off, like, yeah, you could blow up an entire city block. Right. I get it. Right. We're not talking that. Mm-mm. Like, don't put too much pressure.
But we playing records. You know what I'm saying? It's just it's music. You know, and there's all kinds of music that's out there. You know, it's I realized too, a lot of people that, like, as far as the audience, that I've always wondered why. I used to wonder why a lot of people would kind of get stuck on listening to certain types of records, like a lot of the like when the whole mumble rap and stuff like that, you know, started getting popular. Like, how are you listening to that when you used to listen to this and this is still being made, but it wasn't readily available to them because they liked whatever they just happened to hear on the radio. So as DJs in a club, we're not locked down to the program director, so you can experiment, you can throw some other things out there, see if they like that, read the crowd, play that. If they ain't feeling it, then circle back.
Yeah, then get out.
A different approach, like, different type of track, but at least try it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to put your foot in the water to see if it's cold or not.
Right. And while we're still talking, and big ups to DJ Silent Assassin and H. Smith, the kid. You know what I'm saying? Big up to all of y'all. Thank y'all for tuning in. My name's Dres. That's Steve. Subtrain that's Steve down here at the bottom of y'all screen.
He's taking over.
Yeah.
And we just sitting here talk. We talking our shit about this whole deal. You know.
Right, now I'm ready. I got a question. I got a question for both of y'all on the topic of music. Now, a lot of DJs at this time aren't breaking into music, and Gary McDaniels. A few weeks ago, he went live and he was breaking in new music. He had a segment where all he played was like new artists. I guess he had a lot of artists that had been sending him music, and he was going through playing. And I haven't seen him did that one. I'm gonna hit him up in a minute and ask him what happened to it, because he was breaking in a lot of new artists. Now, besides record pools, and I know a lot of the record pools cater to mostly the top 40 stuff that's out on the radio now, stuff that's hot. How can a lot of these independent artists be able to reach these DJs. And I know I created a group. I created the Green Room group for this to happen, but I want to hear from y'all point of view as for what do you do when you try to get and break in new music or new music from artists?
Well, I can speak
You want to
as
go
far as
first, Steve?
well, I just got one little thing that I just thought about. Of what I always do. Even in drum and bass, there's always a lot of new artists. So I'm always going to SoundCloud. Like I'll go and I'll play a whole set where like half of it was tracks that I downloaded for free off of SoundCloud because there is some amazing talent that's out there, and
Right,
they're posting a lot of their stuff on SoundCloud. So
right.
I can recall a few years ago I did a set and there was one song in particular that I played, and about 10 people asked me what that one song was, and it was a SoundCloud download.
Mm-hmm.
And so the next day I went back to like the event page and said, for everybody that asked me for this song, here's the link. And I posted the link directly to the song. So, I
Right.
mean, that's one place that I always try to go, because you're going to find stuff there that one
Mm-hmm.
is something and this is something also in dance music that's pretty big, is having something unique from what somebody else is playing, because a lot of people play a lot of the same songs. So I always
Mm-hmm.
try to and I guess it's kind of that old school hip hop mentality, trying to get the record before everybody else, and they put the white label on there to cover it.
Mm-hmm.
That same mentality is in
Right.
my head. So I take that
Right.
over to what I usually do. So I always try to get something that nobody else has. So that was the first reason why I started going over to SoundCloud. But it just exposes people to a lot of people that they haven't heard of before. And if anybody if a record grabs them, they usually will come ask me what that is. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, but yeah, I mean, it is kind of hard, like as far as like there's some, so I forgot who it was. It was somebody went in the zone one day and posted in the group that they handled promo for for some different artists, and everybody was throwing their email in there, and I threw mine in there to see what it was all about. And I mean, he emails new music out multiple times every day, and
Mm-hmm.
a lot of it is not anything I would ever play, but it's a lot of artists I've never heard of
Right.
that are in there, mixed it with some that I have that are pretty famous. So, that could be another way. Just keep a lookout for, people that have, offerings of promos, or if you
Yeah.
meet somebody that, works for a label. I used to work in a music store, and I used to get that a lot. They would come in, the label reps, and I would go in and tell them, hey, you got any vinyl or any promo CDs or anything like that you want to get out there, send them to me, so I would get a lot of stuff that way too. I don't
Mm-hmm.
know how relevant that
So,
is these days, but I'm
well,
sure there's some kind
one
of
of the
form
things
like
I
that.
do, right? One of the things I do, I actually have a game show that I do in Atlanta called Play My Shit. And what we do is we invite artists to come through and play their two best songs in front of our audience, and our audience, with the use of an app that we have developed for the show, they pretty much vote whether they like the song or don't. And the artist that has the most green cards or red cards. Green if you love it, red if you hate it. And the artist that has the most green cards within a 2-song set or 2-song space gets a paid performance slot the following month. So that gives us a month to actually put them through what we like to call boot camp, our artist development boot camp.
Right.
So we try to help them. We try to help our winners as best as we can within the space of 30 days get as polished as possible before they even present themselves to the crowd the following month. And then after their paid performance slot, we do what we can to help usher them to get to the next person to take them to the next step. So that's what we do here over here as far as breaking new artists and new music. And we always get artists that send, like much like you, Steve, like just sending new music via email and things like that. I mean, there's always record pools. There's always SoundCloud. There's hell, even to some extent, there's always Mixcloud. Mixcloud and Bandcamp. You know, like there's
definitely
like you mentioned, like there's a lot of dope shit out here on the in the internet. You know what I'm saying? That cats just either are not getting afraid to spin it or don't know how to present it. I think that's another aspect of it as far as how or why the disconnect is the disconnect. I think a lot of DJs don't know how to play certain songs in their mixes. What's going on, Ace? You know, but it's like, you know, you you and I have been talking about. Like there's always, you know, everything is broken down to a BPM, right? Mm-hmm. And every song doesn't mix with every song. There, you know, as far as that's concerned. But if you know, like say if you're in 88 to 95 and you get a new song and that motherfucker's like 106, then yeah, it's not gonna make your mix at the moment.
Right.
Like, you know, but if there's space for you, there's always space to work up. You can get on the mic and let them know, yeah, we got new shit coming in about 2 minutes. Like, and start ramping up your BPMs to meet the new shit you're gonna play. Like, there's always a way to play new shit.
If there's a will, there's a way. That's basically how it comes down. Yeah.
Like, don't sit here and act like you don't know how to play new shit. If Kendrick dropped a new record tomorrow, I promise you, the whole world gonna play it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. If Cole drops a new record, and he's gonna know how to gonna figure out how to play it.
Right.
True. You know, if only artists would play, if only artists would make music at like around 100 BPMs, they'd be all right. You know what I'm saying? If they made music around 100 BPMs, I mean, like, they'd probably be more popular. Thank me later. I don't know.
What you talking about is honestly the death of trap music.
Yeah, because that's 140.
That's very right.
You talking about the death of trap music right now? You said 100 BPM.
I was getting tired of it anyway.
You're going to like, boom bap.
Right.
That's 90 to 100, somewhere in there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Which I'm cool with. That's where I'm from. So, you know what I'm saying? That's what I love. So I'm all for that. But yeah. Yeah. It's all about trying to, like you said, you got to find the space where you can drop it in. I think what you said was a really good idea. I hadn't thought about that till you said that, about how you can make an announcement saying we got something new coming up. So they already in their head preparing that something new's coming. Is it the next song? Is it going to be 3 songs from now? I don't know, but I'm listening because if he announced it, it must be hot.
Right.
And now you got them on alert. And then when you drop it, and if it is a dope track, because like I said, I get a lot of stuff in my inbox, but I won't play a lot of it because I just don't like it. You know what I'm saying? If I don't like a track, I'm not going to play it. You know, so I don't care how popular the record is.
Well, I mean, if they're there, stuff like that, and they're promoting it themselves and stuff like that, they got all their people there. You know, of course, I'll probably play it, but you know what I'm saying? I won't play it if they're not there if I don't like it.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I used to do some free promotion, and that was kind of a thing. We go in, you know, we'd had a record, we give it to them, you know, throw the DJ a beer or something to, you know, kind of, you know, encourage them to go ahead and play the record. But, you know, at the same time, though, understanding as DJs ourselves, understanding, you know, I can't force him to play this record, 1, and 2, it might not fit in the mix right now. I'm not going to make him just like straight up just throw the record on. You know, that only works in strip clubs. They can throw anything on at any given random point because there's usually not real mixing going on. They just kind of playing songs for the girls to dance to. But if you're in a club where they're actually getting busy then you can't expect them to throw that on immediately.
So to that point, let me ask y'all this. When you get records, okay, how many times do you listen to the records you get? Like, how often do you listen to the records you get before or after you get them? Like, if, say, MC Joe Schmo emails you his new song tonight, how many listens will you all give it honestly?
What I usually do,
before you even barely spinning it, but at least at bare minimum, writing back and giving a critique on this on it.
If somebody sent it to me directly, if I was expecting it or they gave me a heads up that it was coming, I know they're probably waiting for a reply. So I'll listen to it then and I'll give them some feedback on it. Because I got a lot of friends that produce, that rap, different things like that. I produce myself. So, I end up, getting a lot of people that'll send me some stuff. And so I'm gonna give them honest feedback on, whether I like it or not, or what parts I like, or like, oh, I like this sound right here. This sound probably should be featured more. That verse right there didn't really seem like it fit the other verse, stuff like that. So I'll give them feedback on it right then and there. If it's like the other stuff I was talking about before, where I'm just getting a bunch of stuff emailed to me, and like it's part of like a pool or something, and I got to send feedback to even download it. A lot of those, sometimes it's so much to download that I can't really give like full honest feedback because I'm trying to get a bunch of it done at one time. But I'll hang on to those tracks. I'll grab everything and leave it on my computer, and the ones that grab me immediately, I might throw in one place, and then the other ones I'll go back to because my mood changes. So I have a lot of songs that one week I'm like, I don't know about that track. It's okay. And then the next week, I'm like, oh, that's a banger. You know what I'm saying? So it just really depends on how I'm feeling at that moment. So I try not to delete anything because you never know.
Right. Here's a tip. You can get together with a couple homies one day out of the week. Say like a Thursday from like 8 o'clock to 10 o'clock. All y'all get together. You could do a Zoom call. You could do something like this. All of y'all get together and play records. Play new records that you get. You know what I'm saying? Like one of y'all can play something right now. You're playing it for an audience of 3. These 3 people know whether this shit is dope or not. Whether it's something that they would play or wouldn't play, and if they want it, you also have access to send it to them. So now you got 3 people that are breaking the record, as opposed to you being out here by yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like right now, artists are looking for, that I've seen so far. They're looking for feedback. Like, they want to know whether or not the shit's dope, because they know what they're not understanding is how come the DJs ain't playing my shit, or how come they're not doing how come they're not doing this or not doing that. And I get those questions a lot, and I don't have an answer to give them, mostly because I'm not the DJs that they're trying to go and rap with. You know what I mean? Like, they're sending this shit too. Like, I don't know. I'm like, one of my first questions is, have you ever heard the DJ spin before? And I'll get no. And I'm like, well, shit, nigga, you don't know what the DJ you're sending the music to plays. You just know because he has 2 letters in front of his name that he just plays music, but you don't know what he plays.
For real.
Like, you just fucked up right there. Like, and it does require promotions on both sides of the fence. Like, a lot of artists will just send the shit and forget about it and expect y'all as DJs to pick up the light work. Like, Wait a minute.
I kind of get that because I actually had one artist that actually ended up blowing up. She used to send me her music for months, and I think she was in one of them reality. She ended up being on one of them reality shows. It was a lady. I'm trying to find her now. A lady named London. Like half of her hair is blonde and half of her
Oh
hair is
yeah,
black.
the one on Netflix with
Yeah,
T.I.
on
and
Hustle
them.
and
Yeah,
Flow.
I know
Yeah,
who
yeah.
you're talking about. Yeah.
She sent me her music for the freaking longest and stuff like that. And then I kind of egged her a bit, and then she ended up blowing up. You know what I'm saying? And I could have been actually the one that actually broke her. You know what I'm saying? Because I do three festivals in Atlanta a year, and DJ Genius, he used to provide the sound for us and stuff like that for each of these festivals. I do the Auburn Fest, Atlanta Arts Festival, and ATL Hip Hop Day. And I could have had her on the stage. I could have did this, but I mean, I get so much music in my emails and stuff like that. I don't really have time for all that. But like, when I seen her blow up and I seen her like, I was like, well, damn,
Son of a bitch. You're like,
my name could have been on a plaque or something. You know what I'm saying? I mean, like,
that's funny. But dude, it does happen. That's what I'm saying. Like taking that time, like 2 hours out of a week to just listen to new music. Like you get like if you're getting submissions every day, you know what I'm saying? Every day, all day. Like every submission is not going to make your mix. However, every submission should get heard.
well, my situation
You know what I'm saying?
is sometimes is when I get those and I say, hey, I like this. A lot of the times these artists don't even want to push their damn selves. I mean, like, for real. I mean, I'm supposed to bust my ass for you, like,
But no, that's the thing. You're not the only way that happens. Like, okay, some artist emails you a song, right? You get a whole bunch of submissions. Your one day to listen to all this new music is, say, like established Thursday from 8 to 10, right? From 8 o'clock to 10 o'clock, you're listening to all your new submissions. You have your ears primed and ready to listen to nothing but new music, right? You listen to your new music. Your new music comes in, you figure out of say 40 submissions, there's a good 10 songs that you would throw in your mix, right? Now the next step is with those 10 songs, you go ahead and reach out to those 10 artists who made those 10 songs and you let them know, I'm going to put your song in my mix on this day at this time. Which means what you're doing is you set an appointment for them in layman's terms. You set an appointment for them. Like your song is going to get played on this day at this time on this format, on this platform. Your job is the artist's job is to promote when that's going to happen so that all of their fans tune in and listen to you spin their record on this day at this time on this format. Once that happens, like you're doing your job by promoting the fact that you have a mix show. They're not doing their job by promoting the fact that their music is going to be played on your mix show. Like it takes two to make that work. And that's the thing that has to get communicated.
Yeah.
Like, but it really is all in organization. You gotta organize how you're going to do it in order for it to run the way you need and want it to run. Like if you don't, then like I get it. I trust me. My inbox is flooded too. I get it, but I will take a day. I will take 2 hours out of a specific day to just listen to nothing but new shit. And a lot of this shit I won't pass it off to friends. And very few of the stuff that I think is worthy, like they've taken the time to really think their lyrics through and think their production through, and they've actually mixed and mastered and I like the song and I'm ready to send it to my DJ friends. I'll go back and ask them, hey man, can you send me a service pack? I need an instrumental, I need an acapella. I need a street version. I need a clean version, and in a video if you got it. And a lot of these artists don't have it. If they don't have it, I'm not sending it. No, it doesn't leave my inbox and goes to anybody else's. If they got it, then of course, I'm forwarding everything out. Like you're ready to take this next step instead of, man, why didn't you play my shit? Well, when I asked you to give me these things that I needed in order to get these people to play your shit, you didn't have it ready. That's not my fault anymore. That's your fault.
Right.
I didn't fuck up. You fucked up. So all the, well, Dres, Dres is a dickhead. No, nigga, you were unprepared. How is that? How does that make me a dickhead if you not ready? Like,
so many artists.
What's going on, Silent Assassin?
Drop the ball.
Good, man. I ain't watch another, man. I don't know where I see it.
All right. Yeah, man.
Yeah, I see so many artists these days that they think that is, I guess they're going by what they think they see on TV or whatever, and think how it's supposed to work, and you make a song and then magically it goes viral and you blow up. That couldn't be farther from the truth. But they that's kind of how they think. So they figure if they, a lot of times they don't even think I need to get my record in the hands of a DJ. They don't even think that part.
They never think.
But if they do get that far, they think that once that happens, then everything is supposed to flow after that on its own, and they don't have to put any money behind it, any promo, marketing, nothing. You know? So
like they a lot of cats forget these songs were made 6 months ago. Like, just as simple as that. Like, today's #1 hit record was made 6 months ago.
Yeah.
Period.
Probably at the soonest. It might be older than that.
Right. It might be older than that. How about that? Like, shit, I've heard some shit now that was made 3 years ago. I'm like, damn, it just hit. It just hit. Like, okay.
Here's another thing. I was in a few years ago. I was in jail or whatever, and I had to do like about 4.5 months or whatever. And so when I got out, I had to catch up on all the new music, right? And so I hit all the record pools I was subscribed in, and then caught up with all my DJs and stuff like that, because you know what I'm saying, that's a good way that artists can pretty much get in, is just like just get in touch with your DJs and stuff like that, and then have them send a mass email out and say this song is hot and stuff like that. So I'm catching up all these emails and all these record pools and everything. And so I had about like maybe 150 songs that I listened to. I mean, I listened to probably like the first 30 seconds to a minute, and it just seemed like I listened to the same song back to back. It was weird. And so, there was a couple of them that I liked, and then like I kind of had to cherry pick them. So like whenever I get these packs in, I'm like, okay, cool. So I got to take that time out my day and stuff like that, and then just listen to all these songs. And I'm listening to 4 months worth of music, and it was just like I'm listening to the same damn song. Like, everybody going, I was like, God damn it.
Right. But that's the thing. Your job is to let them know. Like, dude, like unfortunately I'm not playing your shit because it sounds like everything else. Like I'm looking for shit that stands out. And there's nothing wrong with saying that. That's the other part that kind of cracks me up. Like this bullshit ass hater culture. Like, if you don't like it, you're hating. Like, no, nigga, I don't like it. An opinion because it doesn't appeal to me.
Right.
Like, it ain't got nothing to do with hate. Hate is too strong of a word to give somebody you don't know.
Right. And somebody actually Slick tried to curse me out, and I actually made a post on Facebook. A cat sent me his music, and then it was a sample that I've actually seen used before over and over. The lyrics were dope
Right.
and everything, but you know what I'm saying? I mean, like I have a particular taste. I mean, I'm a human being. I mean, I'm a DJ, but at the end of the day, I'm a human being. I mean,
Right.
I had to let people know. I was like, just because it I, it doesn't appeal to me, I mean, like that doesn't mean there's not a market for it. And
Right.
like, you know what I'm saying, my audience may love it, but like, you know what I'm saying, I mean, I slick don't like it, and then like for real, I mean, like
Yeah.
guy straight turned up. He ended up blowing up after that though.
Good for him. But you might not have known how to set it up. That's that. It could have boiled down to something as simple as that. Like, dude, yeah, it's a dope record, but I don't know how to set it up. Like, I'm not gonna do a pause stop in front of 500 people just to play your record. Like, that's not how it works.
And like you said earlier about, have you ever heard that DJ before? That record might not be one that fits with that particular DJ. So
Right.
you wasted your time and that DJ's time by sending him a record that he will never play and will probably not even like, regardless of how popular you get. There's plenty of people that are super popular I can't stand to listen to. You know what I'm saying? It don't mean that other people don't like it. It just ain't for me. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And I'm not going to force that into one of my sets because I don't like that song. It's not going to flow. It's not going to feel right. It's not going to work with what I do. So why waste anybody's time and have a whack moment for everybody, not just for me because I don't like the song, but for everybody that's listening because I didn't play it right because it's not me. That's just you sending that song makes all of that happen.
You can't. I mean, like if you're an EDM DJ and stuff like that, you know, they're like, you send me a mumble rap song. I mean, like come on, dude. I mean, unless I could just add some stuff to it or whatever, or we talked about something, but for real talk, I mean, like, cause you know, I do the clubs and everything. So whenever I'm out there, and if I got somebody like I had one young lady, hate her music, you know what I'm saying, but she's you know, she came out one night and she brought all her family out and everything, and then she said Ace Boogie's gonna put my music video on the video screens, and I'm gonna perform live, and then he's gonna play a few of my other joints as well. And so she came, she brought everybody with her. She was supporting herself, and then I couldn't do nothing but respect it, man. I mean, like for real. And then then the Cash App came through, so I was just like, you know what I'm saying? So you know, so yeah. I mean,
I'm sitting here, I'm listening to you, and I'm like, okay, where's the hook at? Because like, nobody just gonna come through squad deep and just bum rush a set. Like, Ace gonna play my song.
It was like premeditated, right? Like that was a conversation beforehand, right?
Like, wait, what?
Right.
Hey, silent assassin.
Right. Even if you come into my booth and you come to me respectfully and say, "Hey, I got this song," and I'm always connected to the internet. I either hook up my hotspot and stuff like that. I get a chance to listen to it, and it's like, "Hey, I'll give you a $20 to play my stuff and stuff like that." I'll probably spend it for a few seconds and stuff like that. If I'm feeling it and stuff like that, and then I feel like the crowd will feel it, then I'll go ahead and put it out there and stuff, and then let people feel it, and then like let their whoever's in their section or whoever's in the club feel it. It was like, hey, what track is that? And then I was like, okay, cool. I'll be like, okay, we can definitely do that. But I mean, but yeah, if you just kind of say, hey, just play my stuff. I mean, come on now. I mean, like I'm in rotation. I'm in my own zone. I got my whole sets. I don't even make crates anymore. My whole set's in my head. So you come with me with requests. You come with me with everything else. I mean, I'm gonna put it up, you know what I'm saying, and see where that goes and stuff like that. But if like I said, if an artist gives me their music, you know what I'm saying, and they're cutting the check, I mean, like I said, if I play it, people love it, hey, we'll keep playing it. If I play it, people don't like it, I don't play it no more.
Yeah. Silent assassin, have you had situations like this, man? You sit here listening to us tell all our war stories, man. You ain't said a damn thing, man.
I got one just like it.
All right.
I'm DJing at the club in Birmingham.
I
do local night. I drop local music during the night. One guy came to DJ booth. Man, play my music. I will play your music. You got to do one thing for me. You can't leave the DJ booth to this song in.
Hold on. He said what?
I told him you can't leave the DJ booth to this song in.
Okay.
The flow was packed.
Mm-hmm.
I stopped what I was doing and played this song.
Mm-hmm.
If them folks that started their dance floor, folks turn the light on when Roses leave away, you see what you did in my dance floor, man. Now I gotta get these folks back on the floor because of your music.
You set that poor boy up, man. You knew what you was. You stopped the music and then played this record.
Of course, I said I'm gonna play your music, but you can't lead to everybody to the music in.
You ain't put it in the mix, man.
Oh, I stopped the music closed. I stopped it. Got a local artist gonna play his music. Y'all give me y'all opinion.
Did he pay you?
Okay.
Yeah, he paid
right.
me. He paid
Oh,
me.
well.
Okay.
He was mad, but I said, now look at my dance floor.
Yeah.
Clear my whole damn floor because of your song.
You know what I would have did?
It went master mix by a long shot.
That's a whole nother segment to your mix at the club, dog. Like once a week. Get one artist a week.
Yeah, like a headliner.
$500.
Yeah.
Play your shit. Like you'll play their shit. Say doors open at 10. You'll play it at midnight. Call it the midnight drop.
Yeah.
$500. You play that record at midnight.
Hey, Dres, that'd be awesome marketing too, because like I said, everybody knows that they're gonna be there, and then there's gonna be, you know what I'm saying, there are people that's actually gonna be supporting them. But what I would have done, it depends on the situation. I would have gave him a microphone.
No.
Hey, he said, hell no.
I'm just trying to talk to the microphone. Hold on.
He said, hell no, I'm not doing that.
And then got up and left.
I hear shit. He walked off. God damn. he done goddamn walked off.
If it would have been somebody I knew or something, you know. If it's somebody I knew, and then I've heard their music and stuff like that. But if it's a rando, of course not. But yeah.
On the random track.
Oh wow!
So they basically, the microphone like this. Come on, talk
oh, where they cup it, yeah.
What are you doing? Everybody, nobody can hear nothing you just said.
Yeah. It looked like they swallowing the dick instead of speaking on the microphone.
Yeah.
I done seen that happen too many goddamn times too.
I remember this one club we was doing some promotions at, and the sound guy there was telling everybody that was trying to grab the mic like that. They was like, yo, it's a sensor in the top of the mic. If you hold it like that, it'll cut the mic off. So don't hold it like that. Not one person held the mic like that because they said that. Because they didn't want that mic to cut off on them. That's the only time I ever seen people not hold the mic that way.
I just tell them you look like you holding a dick in your mouth. Like, don't do that shit.
Well, yeah, because I do concerts and corporate events and stuff like that, and a lot of times we got the tour crew with us that's already spoken to the talent and stuff like that, and they already know how to freaking, you know what I'm saying. But sometimes I got to tell people to do this. You know what I'm saying. When I'm in front of house, if anybody's familiar with doing a concert sound setup. You know, and then like you have to be the sound guy to come and say, hey, boom, and not do this, just do that and stuff. You know, I mean, yeah, but it's a science, but it's not rocket science. You feel me?
Right.
Yeah, sure.
Exactly.
So, who would be interested in doing something like this? What you said, the midnight drop.
He got a good idea. I'm thinking about bringing that in. I do the midnight drop. That your music got to be mixed and mastered correctly.
Yes.
If it sounds like you did in the bedroom closet,
it's most likely if they running up on you like that, it's not.
Oh, I told him I'm gonna play your music, but you can't leave the DJ booth.
Hey, DJ Silent. Yeah, exactly. Mix and master correctly. That's one thing, but another thing that gets on my nerves, it gets on every DJ's nerves, and no other DJ is that I know of is actually saying this to these new artists. You gotta label your tracks correctly. You don't. It doesn't have to.
My God, metadata, nigga.
You don't even have to do that. You don't even have to do that. I'm gonna see if there's a way that I can do this. Okay, well, I don't have
even at least a file name being
Yeah,
right.
the
Like the metadata
file,
don't even necessarily have to be there, but at least the file name has
yeah,
to be labeled
Right.
correctly. It's like the equivalent of you handed me a CDR with nothing written on it.
it's like
You
going
know,
into an interview with half a resume. All you got to do is just put the artist name and then space dash and then the song name, and then like if it, you know, and make sure you put like maybe .mp3 and stuff like that, because a lot of times people be sending these files and then they don't even come in as MP3s, but they're MP3s, and then like, you know, I mean, I know this because I'm a nerd, but like for real, I put .mp3 on the file and then it turns into a MP3 file because they didn't send it correctly. But like, yeah, all you got to do is just put the name of the artist dash and then the song name, and then it'll automatically populate into Serato, Tractor, Virtual DJ, whatever mix that is. I mean, y'all can try that on your computers and stuff like that. Just take one file and then put write something, write type artist name, and then put space, and then put dash, then put space, and then put the song name right there in the file name, and then drag it over to whatever program that you use, whether it's Serato, Virtual, Tractor, whatever, and then it'll populate in the artist and song field.
Now I got a question to that. Do any of y'all ever worry about artists doing clean tracks, dirty tracks?
yeah, I was literally
instrumentals
thinking
and
that.
acapellas?
I was literally
Do they
thinking about
do
a
they
clean version.
does anybody do that anymore?
I
Or they
I
just
I
give
mean,
you
I
whatever
label
they
all
got?
my stuff that way, but that's something I was actually just thinking while Ace was talking about. You know, if the artist is trying to get a radio DJ to play their stuff, gotta have a clean version. And a lot of these artists they had a dirty version, and that's all they rolling around with, and expected to get played on the radio, knowing that it's not
Right.
going. You know, they can't play that. Now I gotta sit and edit the song if I want to play it, and I'm only gonna do that if it's just really that hot. You know, so yeah, you got to make
Right.
sure that you have all of that. But yeah, I have, you know, I always try to make sure to have both versions, because you never know if you need that clean version, or you know who you playing in front
Right.
of, you family
Service packs, man.
reunion, you know, kids party, or you know, school dances, whatever. You know
That's
what I'm saying? You got to make sure you have those.
Right.
and that's exactly why I asked for a service pack. That is exactly why. Like, after you send it to me, I like it. I want to send it. I want to distribute it out to all my DJ friends. First thing I'm asking you, send me a service pack. I need a clean. I need a clean version, a dirty version, an instrumental, and an acapella. That's it.
Oh, we lucky
Send
if
me.
we get instrumentals
yeah,
and acapella these days.
Right. I mean, listen.
They
Like,
gotta go to the studio. They gotta get their people back at the studio in order to get the acapella and the instrumental and everything and stuff like that. Sometimes even the clean version, and a lot of time I have to use my program to actually doctor it up. And then like with these festivals, I do public festivals. So you know, there's thousands of people out there, and then you know, there's families, children, and everything and stuff like that. And then like there's a lot of stuff that I can't play cursing. And luckily now, because I've been doing those festivals since 2013, and then I'm able to, you know, I have an entire team that actually takes care of that before it even comes to my laptop. So they say, hey, well, we got this. And then because it used to be in the beginning where they was like, oh, I didn't know we wasn't supposed to have cursing and stuff like that and yada yada yada. But like, I mean, like you gotta understand. I mean, like, but I mean, they don't know. I mean, like sometimes you want to, you know, make an intro version of their song. I mean, like they got a really hot song, and you want to take that instrumental, or you want to take their acapella and then put it with another track, and then like, you know what I'm saying, kind of just have it like an old school joint to them. So I mean, a lot of people just don't know. But you know what I'm saying, it's not my job to teach them. But you know, I mean, yeah.
I mean, a lot of cats, what ends up happening is a lot of these cats literally just run out. They go to the studio, they go record their joint, they get their song bounced down, and they leave before they get their money's worth. That's what ends up happening. So now, okay, great, you recorded a song. Congratulations. So
they don't even get the whole session.
They get
the audio file. Bam.
Right. You're only playing this in your car. Well, no, that's not what it. Yeah, that's what you're. Congratulations, you're only playing it in your car because you can't play it anywhere else. You don't have a version to play everywhere. You know. Well, you know, then it's like, well, give me a version that I can that I can take and play everywhere. And then, well, I gotta go back to the. Oh man, soon as you tell me you gotta go do something, you gotta take a extra 3 or 4 steps for something that should have been done in one. I'm out. Like
all I say is give the DJ the less amount of work, and he'll be your best friend.
Of course.
I mean, like, yeah, if I have to, mix your music
exactly.
while it's playing and stuff like that, if I got to turn knobs and stuff, and it's gonna irritate.
Some of the producers are at fault with that too. I did a track with a cat, and once I got everything mixed, I gave him the CD with the tracks on there. It was one song we did, but he had 3 tracks. He had the dirty version. I had a clean version. I edited, so I just cut the curse words out, so it wasn't no reverses or nothing like that they had to do. And I gave him an instrumental. And I said, okay, now you can take that and get that mastered. Now you got all 3 versions. Once they get it run on one, all they gotta do is swap out, run it on all 3, and you good. So he was ready to go, right off the top. That's just should be standard. But like you said, a lot of these cats, they get the one version, they're happy with it. If they got more studio time, they're like, oh, I could do another song. That's all they thinking about is, making, that one track. And and a lot of times they getting the beat separate. So they get the beat from one place and then they go into a studio someplace else. So the engineer that's recording don't care about none of those different versions. They just trying to get through the session.
Hey, right.
Yeah.
You mentioned CD. That's one thing I cannot stand. Bring me your music on a MP3 jump drive. Because the CD will get broken.
Well, yeah, these days you gotta come with the digital copy. You can't come.
I run strictly MacBook Pro. I do not have a CD drive nowhere.
I don't have one either. Flash drive, email with me. Or email prior to whatever's going on.
Because I did a web reception. This lady brought me a CD for the music they wouldn't walk into announcing the wedding party. I told her 3 months ago I need an MP3 file. Luckily, I had the song on my external hard drive. I said, lady, you made this harder than what it was.
Boy, I learned one thing. Silent Assassin does not take no bullshit.
Hey,
he is straight to the point. Like, listen, nigga, I told your ass, don't do this shit.
And they playing it in the car, so your CD already scratched up. You can look at it.
God damn,
that's the worst. That's the worst. I had a couple do that. They wanted to get a wedding done, and I always make them, come in advance. We sit down, we have a, consultation and figure out what they're looking for. Tell them to come with like a playlist of songs. If they got something specific they want, they got the CD. Bring that with them too. And then if it's something I ain't got, I was like, all right, you got the CD. I'll just go ahead and rip it real quick, give them their CD back. But yeah, some of them, they come with the most beat up CDs. It's crazy. It's insane.
You made this thing harder than what it was. But I don't think it has a CD. I asked you 3 months ago, what song do you want? You don't know yet. Now the day of your wedding reception, I still ain't got no song, email to me, no nothing. They come in with the CD out the car. What the hell going on here? Yeah, look at my MacBook. There's no CD player on this side.
God, I don't have a CD player. The CD disc was the hardest because, like, at Atlanta Hip Hop Day and Auburn Fest, we have at least like 50 artists, performing because we got 2 different stages and stuff like that. And so I would have I think I still got a box of CDs from artists and stuff like that, back during the CD days and stuff like that. And I'd have to pop it in, and then boom, he's like, okay, first play track 1, then play track 3, then go back to track 2, and then go. I'm like, oh Jesus Christ!
Hell no.
That was the hardest thing in the world to do. And another one, and I know you guys are gonna feel me on this one, playing it off your goddamn phone. Like they said, do you have an aux cord? Do you have aux cord? Like I will literally throw something. And so I was at Mr. Crow, Old National, the Crow's Nest. I DJ'd at his club one time, and they had a showcase there. So I told the dude, I said, "Hey man, I said I'm not playing nothing off no phones." He's like, "You had an aux cord?" I had one, but I said no. And then he was like, "Come on, man, I got my whole family out here, and a good hearted person." I said, "All right, fine." And so he gave me the list. He showed me in his phone like what all songs that he had. He was like, "Okay." Then he gives me a grocery list. He was like, "Okay, cool. I don't know how to how you keep unlocking it, so I gotta unlock this guy's phone." And then he's like, "So you play this one, that one, play this one, this one, this one, this one." And then so I chucked it up and I said, "Okay, your family's here, whatever." So during his performance, somebody called him. I was like, "You know what? I'm done." I'm just I'll let the club hear the conversation. I was like, "He's performing right now."
That is the best story ever.
Oh my God!
So I said, "I can't do this no more." I was like, out of the kindness of my heart, I said, "You know what? I'll play it
No
on my
MP3,
phone."
no play.
But here's my question though: if he had it on his phone, why he didn't just email it to you from the phone?
Well, it was a while ago. Like I don't think I was connected to
So
the internet or
you didn't
anything
let
like
it that
that.
fast.
And
Gotcha.
it was right
Wow.
there. And then like I told the production manager,
Wow.
I told the production manager, I was like, "Hey, make sure you have everybody email me their stuff before I get there." And stuff, and because I don't want to have to worry about. Oh, okay. I don't want to have to worry about what I'm saying, looking for people's music, and then I can just have everything set up because I like to get everything set up before an event, especially when I'm dealing with a bunch of artists. And so so not only did I have to remember the pattern to unlock his phone, he gave me a grocery list going back this one, that one, this one, that one, and then somebody called him, and then like I just said fuck it and just started a conversation with his baby mama. He's like, "Hey, where you at?" He's performing right now.
Dude, the kid is on the chat. He almost choked on ice, man. Listening to Ace's story.
I think I told him that one. No. Oh no, I didn't tell him that one. I told
Oh my God.
That is gold.
But like it's just all about them being prepared. Yeah, the baby mama. But it wasn't it's not the DJ's responsibility to like have to do stuff. Like I said, if you make the DJ your best friend, like even if your music sucks, if like because I've had people that had really whack music that had all the promotion and stuff like that. They're putting all kind of money behind their stuff, and then they label their stuff properly. They mix and master their stuff. The music is whack, but like they are just like so much behind it. They feel it, and that's the people that actually be the ones to get on. That's the people that you actually hear on the radio. That's the people that's actually out there. And then like people that say you hear somebody in the street, like that's a fire song right there. But like I said, they have their music in a damn wave file. That's another one. Yeah, them wave files. Yeah, them wave files.
Wow.
Yeah, don't send me no wave
Yeah.
files.
Serato don't play wave files.
That's a whole nother beast, bro.
Serato will play the wave files. It's just so damn huge.
Right. It'll be choppy as hell. It'll be choppy as hell.
Like when it comes to artists, like artists that I've worked with, I always tell them, I was like, look, if you're gonna go do a show, we about to put together a show mix. Like you need to have a version of your song that does not have your vocals in it. Don't rap over your vocals. I can't stand that.
Just a hook. Just a hook, and maybe the ad libs.
Maybe your ad libs. Yeah, exactly. We put had one cat, he was going to do multiple songs, but he didn't want to do the entirety of the song. So what we did is we sat down with each song and we cut everything up to how it's supposed to be. Any little segments in between that he needed, we put everything together. Boom, bounce that out, make a file for that. That's what you give the DJ at the venue or the sound guy, whoever's running the sound. They play that, just do your whole show. They ain't got to fumble with this song and that song and go in different orders or even play multiple tracks one after. Everything is all one file. You hit play.
Right. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Steve, did you charge him for that?
Well, no, it was one of my artists that I was working with, so no. That was one of my guys. But yeah, normally yes. Yes, that would have been a charge to put something like that together. But I mean, at the same time, though, you should have your instrumental version to work off of anyway. So if you, at worst case, you're going to do a show, give them that instrumental and you perform over that instrumental, you know, or have a version that like Ace was saying has your hook on it, you know, for you when you go do your show. You know, you should have all those different versions when you leave that studio, so that when it comes time for you to perform, you have what you need, or when it comes time to get it to the DJ or whatever you're trying to do.
Yeah, because you just never know. I mean, I can call myself a dope dealer, and then like I go out in the street, you know what I'm saying, and somebody asks me for some dope. If I ain't got it, you know what I'm saying, I ain't no damn dope dealer. I mean, like for real. That's why I say I tell these people, at least have a flash drive on you to give. You know what I'm saying, at all times. I mean, they're $5 at Micro Center. You can put everything on it, and then like even with your show discs, and I'm calling them show discs because that's what I've been programmed to know them as, where you have, you know, the whole thing where all the DJ has to do is just press play. And if you want to talk in between songs and stuff like that, you know, put a space in between there, bam, and then they could just do that, and then they
can rehearse it. So you know,
all the DJ got to do is press play.
Yeah,
Dres, you know all of this. I'm sure you've done that many times over. So,
dude, I have literally had to tell cats no on the spot because they don't have it. Like before I even give it to my DJ to play, like I got a checklist that, since I'm the showrunner, you know what I'm saying, since I'm the guy that has to manage the production, it's my job to make sure that you all have everything you need so that you can do your jobs easy. So if the performing artist doesn't check off all of these boxes, I have absolutely no problem saying no, you can't perform tonight. Like, I've gotten in fights over this shit. I had a gun pulled out on me one time because I had to tell an artist no. Like, and he was like, "The fuck you mean no? You gonna put me on the stage?" I'm like, "Actually, no, I'm not gonna put you on the stage." He was like, "The fuck," and pulls out a gun, and I'm like, "But what does that have to do with you not having your shit ready?"
And the only thing is the jump drive.
I had to ask him plainly enough and slowly enough for him to actually think about it. And all I needed him to do was think about it. As soon as he started thinking about it, he put the gun away. I'm like,
damn, sorry you had to go.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, because if you don't have $5 for a damn jump drive, I mean, you're in the wrong business. Anyway.
But I mean, even if you got a jump drive, you still gotta have your music proper. You know what I'm saying? Like starting with the mixing and mastering.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Have that at least. And then if you got that, then you gotta have your proper files for like you said earlier, Ace, had that shit labeled. If that's not labeled, then who knows what files are what? You know what I'm saying? You can't have 1, 2, 3. That can't be like what the file names are. You know what I'm saying? So it's gotta, you know, you gotta have that label, and then you gotta have their proper versions. Don't get on stage rapping over your own vocals. You sound stupid. It just like nobody here. I don't know one single person that's ever said to me, "Yo, I like it when people rap over their own songs." Nobody wants to hear that.
Nobody
ever,
because it doesn't happen. It's not because that shit's whack.
It's horrible.
We all know it's whack,
and I can't even understand your lyrics at all. You could speak the clearest you could possibly speak, but if you rapping over yourself, there's gonna be a slight lag on either you or the song, and it's going to be off, and it's gonna sound crazy. And now I can't understand anything that you're saying, especially if you actually got content to your lyrics. So I can't understand nothing that you're talking about. I can't hear the hook. So now if I can't hear the hook, usually you don't need to, especially with nowadays the hooks be so simple. I might be able to learn the hook after the first time you sing it, maybe even halfway through it. If it's catchy enough, I might want to sing along with it. But now I can't hear it because you rapping over you or singing over yourself singing it. You know what I'm saying? So it don't work. So it's never a good idea.
Exactly. Like one instance, I had it was a large event, and then I had Joe Green there, and then Young Dro was supposed to be headlining. Well, no, yeah, he ended up headlining and stuff. But I had said I told DJ Scream, I said well, I got all Joe Green stuff. It's in my computer and stuff like that. And then I told Joe Green's boy, I said, hey, I got all this stuff and stuff. They said, hey, we want to bring our own DJ. And then I was like, well, that kind of makes my job easier. And so I went ahead and approved it because, we had already had another SZ for another DJ to hook their laptop up if whoever guest had a DJ and they wanted to set up and stuff like that. And that's why I was like, well, that's kind of the importance of it, because they had they had all of the show stuff for that particular artist because they tour with those artists and stuff like that. And so, like I said, that made my job easier. I was able to take a smoke break real quick, but you know what I'm saying, when they had to do their 5 or 10 minute sets or whatever, and then I was like, oh, okay, I got it at that time because they're used to touring, they know which section to go with what and stuff, and they didn't have all the tracks. I had all the vocals, I had all the songs, yeah, but they tour with them, and then they know how that artist does, and that artist, Young Joe, knew what to do. So DJ Scream was like, hey, no, my boy got it, and I was like, all right, cool. And he set up his reins and his 62 and everything, and so I was like, okay, I get it now. I get it because because I've done a lot of open mics, and rapping over them vocals just sounds awful. It sounds fucking awful, So yeah.
Can't tell you how many showcases I've been to, and most of the artists are doing that. It sounds horrible. If anybody I know ever does that, they never hear the end of it.
Vanilla right here, lip singing like hell.
It's like the whole friends don't let friends drive drunk kind of thing. I'm not gonna let you do that. And if I ever catch you doing that, I'm gonna make you feel so bad about it, you'll never do it again.
You'll never do it again.
There or not.
Yep.
I had my own internet radio station from 2013 to 2017. It was so crazy. I get your music. My little girl at the time, she was 8 years old. She said, Dad, I don't like that song. You need to go back to the laboratory. I said, what? You need to go back to the laboratory. I said, what you know about me about the laboratory? Your cousin here in the laboratory working, so he'll call you back later. If she didn't like that music, it was not getting played on my radio station.
Oh.
She was
harsh
picky,
critic.
but at the age of 9, she knew that boy was offbeat for one. You know what I'm saying? Nothing he was saying. But
Future A&R.
Right.
I said, this don't make no sense here. 8-year-old girl said, you need to go back to the laboratory. Man, she don't know what you're talking about. I said, who's going to play this?
A&R did not mean airplanes and rainbows for her.
That's all right there. Yeah, we can play music on the radio.
But the crazy part of that is you had an 8-year-old that had more sense than a grown man, and that made this song. That's crazy.
I said, who's gonna play this on their radio station?
She was right though.
Mine's on in that radio station, so anything goes. If she don't like it, it's not getting played.
Yeah, it is.
To this day now, she know what music sound good, what it don't sound right, Daddy. Why you playing that? No. If she don't like it, I close the radio station down after that.
Hold on one second.
Because folks kept sending me music playing on my radio station.
Yeah.
This child is telling me what goes on the radio station. This her radio station. I just work here.
Okay.
Man, play
How about
the song. I had somebody knock on my front door one day doing my mix. I opened the door. You gonna play your song, right? I said, Jada, what do you need to do? You need to go and rewrite that stuff again because it don't sound right. What you mean you go and rewrite? Man, you're talking in broken English.
Awesome.
She's 8 years old and telling you it don't sound right.
Hey,
Wow.
from the
Oh, he
mouth
got
of
mad and
babes.
left. I said, be careful about your mouth, Nick, because you calling child little names. I'm gonna have to get out this seat. Man, she tripping. I said, no, man. It is hot.
Nah, she just know better than you do.
My station get played all over the world on the internet. I got folks in Germany, Kuwait. No, you never listen to this. Not even happened.
Mm-hmm.
You tripping. I rep 205 music when it's good and make a radio station.
Okay.
If she said that it don't sound right, it's not getting played.
There it is.
The radio station down. I got tired of getting music sent to me when Mr. Master right, for one. Taking day of my time just listen to your music. And she sit right beside me. And she hit delete on purpose. I might email. She hit delete it.
Checks and balances, man. Checks and balances.
11 years old. She know music when how music supposed to sound. They don't want to DJ for nothing in the world. But she said that it don't sound right.
That's good though. I mean, you got so many people out here that listen to this some of the worst songs, and the kids right there listening right along with them, and they ain't really learning, what good music is, because they only know what they exposed to, so that's why I made a Facebook post a couple years ago. I remember it popping up in my memories not too long ago, and where I was talking about how I was wondering why it had gotten to a point where people didn't really appreciate quality music anymore. And I realized that it starts from your parents and what you listen to. Well, what they listen to when you're growing up. My parents listened to a wide variety of stuff. So, and from different eras. So I'm listening to all kind of different music, and I'm getting, basically as I'm growing up, I'm learning to have this eclectic taste in music. Then and once I got older and could start picking up my own music, then I started picking up all kind of different things. And then I ended up working in the music store, and then I find all kind of extra stuff that I didn't even know about. That's when things really opened up for me. So I mean, then I take that knowledge and I listen to, and just me just being just something I want to listen to. I'm listening to all kind of different things, and that's what my kids are hearing. So now they're picking that up. So now I'm passing that on down to them, and then they'll end up doing the same thing with their kids, and it keeps going on. Everybody keeps having this open mind and listening to all kind of different music. But if all you're doing is getting stuck with you playing one type of music, you only listen to what's on the radio, and they spoon feed you exactly what they want you to hear, and to program you a certain way. If that's all you ever go with, then you're never going to actually know that what you're listening to is actually not quality music, or it could go on from there. But I think you get the point. I ramble sometimes.
We like to welcome Thomas Mason to the program. Tom, what's going on, man?
What's happening, man? How y'all?
Chilling, man.
We all right.
Good.
So have you been keeping up with the conversation?
No, you know what? I forget sometimes that it's Tuesday. I just came downstairs and I'm like, oh crap.
Yeah, it's quarantine. Everybody out of work and stuff like that, so we forget what day of the week it is.
Yeah. For sure.
So what we're pretty much talking about is I think DJ the Kid had the topic of the future of independent artists and everything, and so pretty much what we were just covering is the timeline of everything, and then like what we used to do and stuff like that, and then like my thing I was talking about is the proper ways to give your music to the DJ and stuff like that, and then like where it's gonna go from here and everything. So, what's your thoughts and opinions about like the future of independent artists?
I think right now one of the biggest advantages is that it's become easy for them to reproduce themselves. Where back in the day, you used to have to, if you think back in the day, when we were, in our younger days, all you had was this guy coming up to you selling CDs out of a truck, out of a trunk of his car. So now it's to the point to where, just like as we're evolving with this DJ thing, with everybody now going online, I really think through all of the formats that are out there to where people can get their music out, it's just going to be an advantage to them to be able to get their music out pretty much for free. The only thing you really going to have to pay for is the fact of getting your stuff recorded. Once you get it recorded, I don't have to go out and get somebody to produce 500 CDs to me to sell out of my trunk. If I can just do the $1.99 stream of one song and get people to feel me, and then just keep pushing the envelope. Hey, I got another track, where people are now saying, well, okay, I'll give you $1.99. I'll try it for $1.99 versus me trying to get, $10 out of you walking up to me up on the street and trying to push out a CD. So I think with that kind of aspect to where it's going to make it easier for independent artists to push themselves without really having to push themselves.
And then like later on, like there might be even an iPhone app where you can record yourself and make your own beats.
Right. And you got
they already can do that.
They're already doing it, right? If you look at,
I was about to say what? Yeah, like nigga, GarageBand is already on an iPhone. Like, wait a minute.
I can't remember who it is, but it's a cat that actually recorded his entire album in an Apple store.
On the Apple Store, I hadn't heard.
He did a whole Apple. He would go like the computers that they had on display. He would go in the store. He would bring up stuff. He hook up a mic. He would record in the store, save it, and he just kept doing that. Did a whole album that way.
Wow.
So yeah,
right.
It's possible. You can make beats on an iPad. Possible. You can do all kinds of stuff. You can make beats
on an iPad. Now what's so crazy is the fact that now these DJ apps on your phone are getting to the point, because even like, I'm a big virtual DJ fan. The fact that I can actually use virtual DJ and leave the controller, and I can control everything that I'm doing from my phone while I'm sitting out in the audience. It's crazy.
Yeah,
Model doesn't offer that, but I can plug. I can take my phone. It has everything right there. It has all my music, everything that I can see that's up on my controller, that's up on my computer. I can actually sit on my phone, sit out in the audience, and be chilling, me and my wife next to each other. And folks like, okay, this DJ jamming, and I'm sitting there doing everything from my phone,
from the remote feature, right?
Yeah, the remote piece of the phone.
Yeah, it could, because in the app, it's not in the app, but in the program, on the bottom left-hand corner, it says remote. You can hook up your device and everything. But actually, before all that, you could actually still do that actually on 7, because on 7, they had this thing called the Orbit that you could strap around your wrist, and then and they had the pads and everything on it and stuff like that.
That was before, yeah.
Yeah. So it was a $99 by Newmark. It was by Newmark. They had the Orbit that it can actually do that. So now that we got after the 7, then after the 8, and then you had the 2020 virtual DJ. You was able to actually, do that from your smartphone or device if you're connected to Wi-Fi or something like that. Yeah.
So and that's just going how this music thing with these new artists coming out. If you can finance yourself, build you a nice little studio in your room, in a closet somewhere, covered with egg foam and all that kind of stuff. And a lot of these folks are doing their recording right there, and they're not having to pay. You got guys selling beats for $20 on the internet. I'm like, all you got to do is pay $20 for a good beat. If you can get 6 of them for $100, and you turn around and let's say your record just sells 100. You got to think, if you could sell, that's you've made so much money just instantly. I mean, it's just instantly. One song could, if you sell 1,000, if you sell 10,000, and you ain't spent but 100, or you spent $25,
right? Because now views, if you get a certain amount, they actually units now. So if you get a YouTube channel and then like you get like 1 million views, I mean that counts as a unit now.
Yeah.
And then generate revenue.
They generate revenue.
Yeah. Or like
Gentlemen.
we mentioned earlier, Bandcamp, put your songs up on there, sell it through there. You get, and right now they doing every so often they giving 100% of the proceeds to the artist. So
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Trying to support the artist because just like we not playing out nowhere, they not performing nowhere either.
You
How
out
I sign
there?
up?
Right. I gotta go, y'all.
All right.
All right, brother.
All right, Dres, you take it easy, DJ.
Excellent conversation. Appreciate you.
Where's Kenyon?
Yes, sir.
I'm right here. I'm
All
right
right.
here. I'm about to get ready to
Peace,
got
peace.
30 minutes, and we're gonna run the next segment. So I'm gonna let y'all guys talk up for another 30 minutes before before you kick out. I want you to do your outro. I let everybody do the outro. Oh, and he disappeared. He just dropped off like that. Hopefully he'll pop back up for a second. But I'm gonna let him come back on and do his outro. Let everybody know where they can find him and his social media stuff and stuff like that. And I got the big video, the video with the entertainment lawyer that I did yesterday about streaming on social media. I asked her probably about 8 or 9 questions. A lot of the questions you heard before, some of the questions you haven't heard, some of the stuff that she hasn't even heard about yet, but she's going to break it down and give it from a legal standpoint as for about music. And that's going to be in, you're going to say 30, because I was typing it up when.
Kenyon, this is another one?
Huh?
This is another one?
Because I remember 2 weeks ago.
I pre-recorded this one.
What I'm saying, didn't we do one like 2 weeks ago?
No, this is the one with the female, the entertainment lawyer.
Yeah.
I think what you're talking about it was a video with her that was
posted. I think last week.
Yeah.
Me and her finally talked over.
Oh, you actually got to talk.
And we scheduled it, and I recorded me asking her questions yesterday, and she's going to answer. And I got that video saved in a private YouTube channel. After today, I'm gonna change it to public, so anybody will be able to go today. I won't have to separate that one from this video. It'll be this video that'll have what has been said so far, and then her video, or you could just go and watch her video, which would be a separate video. So I won't have people complain and say, "Oh man, your video was 4 hours long. I'm not gonna watch all that." Nope, I got it broken up. 3 hours here, 1 hour here, or you can watch the full 4 hours or whatever. So I'm gonna let y'all go ahead, talk up for about another 30 minutes. I'm gonna pop up every now and then, and I'm gonna put timers in there to let you know, okay, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 5 minutes, 1 minute left or whatever. So it won't be long because I already used up a lot of time this month, and I only get 20 hours a month to use for this program. So Thomas, you came in late. You late, so you late to the party. So
well, actually I wanted to circle back to something that you and Dres was talking about it when I popped in.
Okay.
And we talked about a bit about because I assume we all playing online now. I assume you guys are probably doing the same as well. And Dres was talking about the DJs going in and trying to do something different, breaking new music, playing different things that you wouldn't normally play. And that's a big thing that I've been trying to explain to a lot of people, that with this opportunity of playing online, that we've got this freedom to literally play anything that we want to play, but a lot of people are playing the same things that they would normally play in the club and not really coming outside their box. So how do you guys feel about that, or have you been doing that, or thought about it, or where are you coming from with that?
I guess with me, Steve, me and Kenyon, we had a conversation about this 2 months ago, and we kind of went to the point of saying, for a minute, everybody was going live. It was cool. we went through all the little hardships, how sound, folks sounding terrible, folks looking terrible. Now, everybody's kind of gotten their sound great, they've gotten their look great, but nobody contemplated the Facebook challenge of this all. First, you could go an hour, you go an hour and a half. Now you can't go for 10 minutes, and Facebook is like, no. So, I think at this point, we're it's making it where everybody was kind of out there. It gave you a chance to get to a new audience. That was the first thing. That was a plus. Now you're reaching people that you've probably never ever reached before.
Mm-hmm.
But now you're to a position to where financially, or interest wise, how successful are you to, because even like Twitch, first off, for almost a month, Twitch had no issues. Folks was on Twitch and going, 2-3 hours straight nonstop. Now Twitch has started blocking people. So, now you're
been blocked on Twitch.
Huh?
Who's been blocked on Twitch?
Everybody.
Not everybody.
Oh yeah.
I ain't never been blocked.
Not blocked.
No, they muting them. They muting the after. After, but that's not happening while you live though.
Right.
Yeah, JC mentioned the other day that he got muted. And he even showed where you can see where his tracks were muted. And there was a lot of stuff.
Oh, I could show you. All of our streams. Most of we have let's say I would say probably each week we have probably at least 20 different DJs play on our channel. Mm-hmm. And out of those 20, at least 15 of them are muted in some portion. And we're playing all different genres. So and independent music, mainstream music, all of it. So yeah, that's nothing new. Twitch has always done that. He probably just hadn't experienced it, or that made him react that way. But it's always done that. The one thing that I've noticed is, and I don't know if it's because we've streamed as much as we have, because just looking at the stats right now, we got like 5,000 views, and I had to pull up a different screen to see how many more hours we've actually streamed. But the more we stream, the faster the muting occurs. It used to be close to a week, then it was a few days, and just recently I started noticing that it was happening a lot faster, like the next day, or I think Saturday it was like one set was done, and then like 2 hours later I'd refresh looking at the videos, and one from a couple hours ago was already muted. So it's they're doing it faster, but it still doesn't stop you while you're live, and you can download that video, and the video that you download is not muted. So you just if you just try to share the video, when people play it back, it's got those muted portions. If you watch it while you log into your account, it's not muted either. I realized that earlier today. So, but yeah, not to switch off topics, but so, clarify that.
No, well, that's fine. I mean, so that's my take. I just think that right now, we're just headed to a different. We're headed to a different area of DJing. This DJing thing is getting ready to take another turn, and it's just hard to kind of figure out. Is this going to be a positive for us? Is this going to be a negative for us? At first it was like, okay, DJs, we're going to be well sought after. Okay. Are we? Because now you're getting to the point to where you're like, hey, if I like this DJ and this DJ is getting it in, hell, I can just have him to just broadcast live. And instead of having him to, instead of paying him this X amount of dollars, I can say, hey, I can pay you $200 and you just stream your music to my big screen and go from there. So now, are we killing a DJ? Are we, but that's what I'm saying. It's so many, and you got to realize us as DJs, we're seeing it one way, but club owners and promoters are saying, you know what, I can do this a whole nother way and save myself some money You know, because if I just tell, hey, you're gonna be DJing at this club, why don't you just do what you've been doing and broadcast it, and I'll pay you $200 to broadcast it at my club instead of paying another DJ to actually come in and DJ. So
Right.
you know, and then they can change it up. You know, okay, I got you this week, Steve, but
That's
next
a good
week
point.
Ace Boogie gonna do the thing because he's DJing at such and such a spot, and I'll just bring him in. So now, you know, DJ that residency thing might get tough. So I just think DJing is finna get ready to take a whole new turn.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, it's a whole new world that we're dealing with, and that's a good point that you make, though, because promoters, especially the janky promoter, is always looking for some kind of way to cut corners.
Absolutely.
So you know, it's up to us to band together on something like that to make sure that we don't allow them to do something like that. But you know, again, they're going to try to figure out a way. You know, if so and so is streaming on Twitch during, you know, his club night, who was to say he can't just log into that Twitch account, play that over the system?
Right.
You know, so yeah, I see your point there. But what I was telling a lot of people, as far as, you know, being more in demand, is which is kind of going back to the question, is coming outside of the box of what you normally play and really showcase what you can do. You know, if you typically play a certain type of music, certain genre of music, you know, we know you could do that. But what else can you do? Can you do something else? You know, because a lot of times you don't get to really do that when you go and play in a club or play in a radio or play it, you know, whatever venue or event. Now you got, you know, no restrictions keeping you from doing something different. So, you know, are you going to do something different? Are you really going to show what you can do? I've probably played about 6 different genres of music, you know, in these last couple of months, you know, just doing something different when I typically only get to play 1 or 2, you know. So, you know, it's, you know, that's what I'm wondering is, you know, how many people are taking advantage of that opportunity to really show not only their audience and their fan base that they already have that follows them, but also these promoters that are popping into our streams and seeing what, you know, what we're doing, giving them an opportunity to see, oh, well, this person could do XYZ. Now I know next time I want to have one of those kind of events, I can get him too. He could do that too. And you kind of open up, you know, your wheelhouse a little bit, like a voice actor got to go in and they got to do multiple types of voices, and they get multiple jobs just coming in to do one character. They did 5 of them, you know, because they got that skill level, you know. So, you know, that's something you guys are doing right now, like trying, you know, different things with the streams that you are doing.
I DJ on app called Live Me. They do not block nobody broadcast. All free game. That's my DJ on Facebook. They mute my music after 20 minutes. I'm regular going.
Nobody should be on Facebook. Nobody should be trying to stream on Facebook. That's just.
I didn't notice nothing going on after that.
That's pointless.
I went on Fit on Live Me, had no more problem.
Yeah, that's pointless. That's actually what was it, 5 hours that me and Ken talked last week. That's a big bulk of what we were talking about was everybody. Everybody keep trying to stream on Facebook, and it, like, the analogy that I always give is, you constantly trying to go live on Facebook is just like you being in an abusive relationship. You're gonna stay in that relationship and you're gonna hope that they don't beat you up tomorrow.
It's like being a Falcons
or
fan.
you gonna get out the relationship.
You're right. After that, I was Fit to Live Me, had no more problems.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So that's why I keep telling people to go to Twitch live. Was it Play DJ Live?
PlayDJ.tv.
The thing is, they sent a message saying they had stopped it.
Yeah, they ran out of bandwidth, and they didn't have any investor or financial backing. So they like, well, we're out of money. We're out of money. We'll come back next month and try to do something next month.
Yeah, so they small. They was just getting started. They wasn't expecting, you know, I mean, nobody expected all of this to happen, everybody to jump on, but people found out about them and they jumped on, because I looked at them too, but nobody was live on there when I went, so I didn't know. I was like, I can't really assess whether this is worth even messing with. I don't know what the features are. Really wasn't a whole lot on the site, and yeah, apparently people found out about them after that.
They were like,
shut down the server.
Yeah, they stopped the brakes, boy.
Yeah, that's crazy. But yeah, I mean, I just don't really see a point in people keep trying to fight Facebook and Instagram, which is Facebook. You know, a lot of people not realizing that's one company with those two different apps.
I know.
Yeah,
I mean, I get that, but like another thing is thinking about the whole Facebook thing. I was actually if everybody's in Atlanta DJ zone, I noticed one reason why they don't really mess with Genius too much is because he's got publishing rights with I don't know if it's ASCAP or BMI. Yeah, or something like that. I don't know if that has anything to do with anything.
Who?
The video coming up, she even answered that in the video. The video that I'm gonna play with the lawyer, because I asked a question similar to that, because I gathered I did a poll where I was asking people if there was questions that they would want to answer. I didn't get really no questions, but from reading all the posts, I was able to build up the questions. So a lot of the questions that I asked her were built up from people's posts, from either comment like, "Oh, well, this would be a good question that I can ask when I do or whatever." So a lot of the questions that I asked was stuff that people were having issues with, and I went ahead and made it into a question and asked. So it's about, I think it's about 8. I may have asked, because I have it where they're lower thirds with the questions posted. So if somebody is looking for a particular question that they just want to see the answer to, they can scroll through and find it, because they'll visually see the question posted for about a minute, maybe about 30 seconds or so, and then they can stop right there and listen to what she said. Because every time I asked her a question, I would drop completely off screen, let her take up the full screen. The question would stay on the screen for about a few seconds or so. Then I drop the question off, and then I'll wait for her to finish, and then I come back and ask another question. So I orchestrated this one more than I do this podcast, because I had been waiting to do that for the past 2 weeks with her. So I want to make sure that I got it right, and I recorded it to a private YouTube, which as of in the next couple minutes is going to be played then. And then after this podcast is over, I'm gonna change it to public, so then you can just go back and just watch that alone instead of trying to watch it here. But yeah, well, that question is going to be answered. Some of the stuff that y'all just talked about a minute ago, I'm like, okay, they're going to be surprised what they're going to hear when they hear it from a legal standpoint, or somebody that knows more about it on the inside. But go ahead,
so
y'all.
Just a sneak peek. Just a sneak peek. So what did she actually say about publishing companies and streaming live? I mean,
you got 20 minutes. I'm about to hit the button right now.
I know
right there.
He ain't gonna put coffee.
20 minutes remaining.
Yeah, good.
No coffee spill.
20, 10, 5, 1.
Because one of the questions that I had asked for you to ask her about was basically about this very topic about licensing, because my understanding is that that's the problem with streaming on Facebook, is that there is no license for streaming music online for as individuals.
That was what I asked her. I asked her, was it a way that DJ Joe Smo can be able to stream just by himself? Can he go by ASCAP or BMI or what he need to do in order to do it? And like I said, I'm just gonna let her say what she got to say, and I wouldn't be surprised. She may pop up in the next couple minutes if she's up.
So I found out that with Mixcloud, the whole thing that they got with because they've had a license for years, since their inception. That's how they're able to actually let us post these mixes with all this music on there, and then you post the same mix on SoundCloud and they'll take it down. Because they actually have a license to allow that, but there's restrictions. Because I was telling Ken about this too. I ran into a restriction where I did a mix for a label with all songs from that label. And some time went by, and I went back to my Mixcloud page where I posted the mix, and I couldn't even listen to it on my own page. It said it wasn't available in this country. The country where I recorded it, that the label is based and most of the artists are based in, I can't even listen to it in that country. And I found out that it's because they have part of their restrictions is you can't have more than 3 songs by the same, no, more than 3 songs in a row and 4 songs by the same artist, something like that. There's restrictions on the number of songs by artists and the number of those songs being in a row. And apparently, I saw it was a live stream that Digital DJ Tips did with the guys from Mixcloud about Live, and they said that that's the same license that they're using with Mixcloud Live, and that that comes from the license deal that radio stations had that would keep them from being able to play an entire album on the air straight through, and people could just pop in a tape and record it back in the day.
Now,
so
I mentioned them
the
too.
same kind of thing.
I mentioned them too to her, and she wasn't too familiar. She wasn't familiar with Mixcloud Live and even Play DJ.tv. And I thought that she would know, all the streaming services that was popping up, but I guess there's more popping up that she haven't caught wind. But she did look it up. She looked up Mixcloud while I was talking to her, and she read through and she elaborated on some of the stuff as for how they're able to get by with the streaming. But yep, that one was mentioned too. I had that one. I added that one in there too.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to this one because I really want to know what she's got to say, because I'm sure she's gonna enlighten us a lot in the legal aspects of what we don't know, going along with what we do know based on our experiences and what's happening. Because all this telling people, if you want to stream on Facebook, you gotta mix fast and you gotta play effects and you gotta talk over the songs. That ain't fun. That's not fun for the. That's speed up the song. That's not fun for the DJ, and it's not fun for the people that's listening.
Because it was somebody, so we had talked about that. It was somebody I heard like a day later, and they air horned the hell out of a Michael Jackson song. I'm like, I was like, dude, if you're gonna air horn the whole song, don't even play it.
Don't even play that.
Play it.
That's bad.
Hey Steve, when you talking about Radionomy, the app overseas.
Say it again.
When you talking about Radionomy app, the radio station broadband.
The what?
Radionomy.
Radionomy?
Yeah. You said the app was done overseas.
Oh no, I was saying that it was a mix that I did. That it was I put it on Mixcloud, and they said that I went back to play it like it was like months later, and it told me that they didn't take it down. They just said that I couldn't play it in this country. It wasn't available in your country. So it was like, I guess overseas the restrictions are different. So it was able to be played in other countries, just not in the US. And for the longest, I couldn't figure out what it was. And then one day I was looking in there. I was like, why is this mix not playable? This doesn't make any sense to me. And then I looked into it, and it was because I had the label owner. I had multiple songs by him on there. And so it flagged it because his name showed up multiple times in the track list. Gotcha. So I tried to go in and change one of them, and that still didn't work because now they have an auto identifier. Because now when I upload mixes, I don't put the track list on there. It will figure out the track list on its own. Their algorithm will listen to the songs and put the titles and the artists in for you.
Really?
Yeah.
The same way you can play 3 songs by the same artist in the same hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mentioned that. I mentioned that too. That was brought up too about playing. You can't do 3 tracks back to back.
Because Radio should block the whole radio station program I was running.
Yeah, it's the same license that Mixcloud has. Yep, it comes from radio stations. That's the license that they got. but there's no license for us as individuals to get that exists. That's the problem.
That sucks.
So everybody, so everybody is like, we need to get. That's why I was trying to tell everybody on that post about the petition to get Facebook to change it. That's not Facebook's job. They can't change it. That's not their fault. All they're doing is they're just enforcing the Copyright Act of 1976. That's all they're doing. That's not on them to change that. There needs to be a license that's created for us to buy, that we pay for, whether it's monthly or yearly or whatever it is, and we get whitelisted, and then it won't happen until that exists.
I wonder if we could do that as a group.
I don't know. That's the thing that I'm wondering. Does legislation need to be written for that to exist, or is it just like ASCAP or BMI has to create it, or what? I don't know.
I'm just wondering if we could buy that license for the Atlanta DJ Zone. So anybody that could be, I guess somehow you'd have to have your DJ name within
right, and then
DJ Zone.
Make a subscription or something like that.
Yeah.
Or basically like how clubs do, because clubs have a license that they have to buy that allows us to go play in the club, and none of us. That's why we get to play in the club but can't play online, because there's no license online, but there's a license the club has that covers everybody that plays in the club. So maybe there's something like that, or maybe they can make a variation of that, or include online playing, or what? Because now that everybody's doing it's a whole new world, and something's got to change.
It needs to be restricted to one particular space. When you're doing it online, it's going out everywhere. But when the clubs, when they buy the license, it's restricted to
their space,
that arena or that venue or whatever, until you have radio that comes in and they do live broadcast, which that is like a whole different other ballpark right there. So yeah, as for doing it from the zone, that may be possible. I could mention that to her next time that I hear from her, asking her if there's can a license be purchased for. Well, no, it probably won't work, because if you stream it, you're going to stream it outside of the group.
Well, there's no difference than a radio station. A radio station has to have it,
huh? But a radio station, they do more than what the group would do, because the radio station they're also licensed by ASCAP and BMI, and then there are other sources too. There's
FCC,
there's Taxi, there's what's the small one?
Well, I would think that the license for the radio station is the restrictions is kind of similar with the club. You're on that radio station. It's just local. So it's covering what the laws of that city might be, or that state might be. Whereas online, you're going global instantly. And every country has a different set of copyright laws. So I think that's where things are getting really tricky, is that there's no way to restrict to a specific space what we're doing when we're online, because
question. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No,
I don't know if that would mean anything, but has anybody ever tried to stream where it was on Facebook just for friends only?
You're still gonna get blocked.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Mm-hmm. And you can my family page. Everything except for only me. Only me is just going to you. It's not going public. It's more like private. But anything that's going out to another individual would be considered streaming.
Yeah, playing for the public.
It could be, for instance, it can be just me and one person in this room. I could stream to that person. But guess what? After the stream is over, it can be shared. And then as for that, boom, it breaks out like a hive. It can be spreaded everywhere. As if you're just doing it between you, it's locked. It's locked in. It's not going anywhere. You're not going to be able to stream it outside of you.
And that's probably where he when Zuckerberg was talking about the messenger rooms or Facebook rooms, whatever the thing is called, where you can have like a private room where people have to be invited in, or you can restrict it more. He specifically mentioned DJs, so that's probably why he did that, because there you can have it more locked down versus you just putting it on your page or even in a group that, you know, still, you know, it might be the Atlanta DJ zone, but it could be somebody that's in Germany that's in there for all we know.
So has anybody did the meeting room for Facebook yet?
I don't even think it started yet. Now there is before he released that, you can download Messenger. I think on the Mac is what it posted. There's an app, a separate app that you can download on your computer. Because you know on your mobile phone, it doesn't work like it does on computer, where you can click on the button at the top and also send somebody an instant message. Everything is, and I don't know why they changed it like that to where you have to have two different apps on your mobile device, but they need to bring that back into one. Instead of having two apps that you gotta open up. It should be where you can just click on one and then you get the window to open up and you can send somebody an instant message. But I don't know why they did that. But it's going to be even worse now, because it's going to be like Facebook and Facebook Zoom that you're going to open up. It's not going to be Messenger. It's going to be Zoom.
Wow.
All right, 10 more minutes, guys.
And then Pandora's getting into the live stream thing too. At some point. They
so
already talking about it.
So is Spotify too. I mean, like they even jumped in on some of the DJ programs now, I heard.
Yeah, I'm not surprised Spotify won in on it too. I thought it was weird Pandora, but now that they doing it, I'm not surprised Spotify. Well, Tidal might be right behind them.
Yeah, that was the question I asked her too. I said, what do you see in the future? Who have you seen that may be asking for licenses to stream? Because I told her that I know Play DJ.TV and Mix Live. I knew somebody was going to see this as an opportunity, because Facebook was going to start kicking everybody right and left, and it's happened. People are getting mad because they can't stream to Facebook and Instagram, because that's where all their followers are.
Right.
So everybody wants to keep their followers with them and not move to a platform where their followers will have to try to follow with them. That's why some of them said they didn't want to do Twitch, but I'm like, can't you link Twitch to your Facebook account without even having to do anything? You just click on Facebook and it links all your stuff and you're linked to it. I think the only one that people will have issues going to is Periscope, which I haven't been on Periscope either in a while, or I may not have been on it, period. But from what I hear that they're like muting and stuff too, right? Anybody heard about that?
Nope.
No, I don't
do
think too
all
many
mine
people
live.
bother and even deal with them anymore.
Yeah, I figure after a while, everybody's going to follow suit, because people are going to start going to what they can't use to what they can use. And then you're going to have abundance of people that's overcrowding them servers with mixes and stuff trying to go live, that they're going to say, okay, the FCC and the record labels are on our back, so we can't do this anymore. So we have to put y'all with the same algorithm that that everybody else is using. So yeah, I mentioned the algorithm too. So y'all hear what she got to say about the algorithm. I'm not gonna spoil it. The meeting I was expecting to be 30 minutes. It turned out to be 55 minutes. And she answered all the questions in detail as for the ones that she knew, because there was some stuff that she didn't know about it, and either she looked it up or she said, I don't know about that. I have to get back with you on that. It's something that hadn't run across her desk yet. But she answered in the same manner that she did in the first video. She answered each question lengthy and added in even some additional stuff that made me ask maybe a part 2 question to what I had asked, to elaborate on a little bit more stuff. And we've got about 4 minutes left, so let me put the 5-minute mark up. So 5 minutes, y'all can have at it.
2 things I was thinking about as far
Okay.
as the streaming went, because DJ Cookie Wright, I went ahead and set her radio show up for it and everything a few weeks ago. She does classics 102.9 or whatever, Cookie Wright.
Mhm.
Yeah, since like a lot of folks aren't actually going to the actual building, all the radio personalities have to broadcast from their house, and especially even the DJs. And so, you know, I like, even with this here, StreamYard is one thing that I was thinking about as far as an outlet goes. Thomas, have you ever tried to do what you call it? You use virtual DJ, right?
I use virtual DJ.
Okay. Okay. I'm sharing a screen right now. Hey, the kid, can you
Yeah, I got you.
can you put me in? All right.
All right, let's see.
All right. Have you ever used the broadcast feature on virtual?
Yes.
And do you ever have any problems with that, or like anything?
No, like where you have like where it says Facebook, you can change Facebook to Twitch. You can, and once you do that, all you do is where it says go get the stream key. Yeah, if you hit that, you can see Twitch. See right there, there's Twitch.
Should be able
no.
to add restream too, right?
Yeah.
If you go to other,
Yeah, go to other. You could put another key in there.
URL, right? And then
yeah.
all you gotta do is put the stream key for that. Once you put the stream key, once you hit start broadcast, it kicks it. It starts it immediately.
Hey, does Serato have this feature?
No.
No.
not
So
yet.
so speaking of that, I'm curious. So I noticed that it has a quality with the resolution and everything. So what does it actually broadcast? Is it the actual whole virtual DJ screen?
It'll broadcast it, you can, but mostly it's gonna broadcast just your video screen. So if you look at do me a favor, come out of that, and then go up to video. Yeah. So
also, if you're playing videos, then it's gonna play the video.
Right. If you play videos, it's gonna show the videos. But if not, then it shows the generic. It'll show the generic video screen. But
okay, so it's gonna show you some kind of video. It's not gonna show you this screen right here. You're not seeing that.
Right. So go. Just put a regular song up. Put on that little Donald song right there that you got right here. On the first, just put that up there. It's not a video. Now, if you play that. And move your cursor. Is that a video?
Oh, that was my bad. I got it set to where it plays a slideshow.
Oh, you play as slideshow. Okay. Yes, there's one thing.
So in that case, it'll play the slideshow.
Right. So
let me take that off. Okay, it's off now. It's off now.
Yeah. So now, if you play it, it'll just do the generic. You got to hit shader. Make your shader. Yep. Just hit it. There you go. See now it'll just see on your screen.
That's actually kind of cool. Okay. Yeah, I never really messed with virtual DJ, but I like a lot of the options that it has.
Dog,
I was just on my radio station.
They've done a lot of innovation. I had to admit, they've come a long way from they used to be kind of like the one that was kind of considered a toy, the entry level joke, but they actually have stepped their game up in the last few years tremendously, and they've left Serato and Tractor behind
a lot,
and what they offer.
Steve, Gary was just telling me, because Genius, he uses it. Gary was just telling me that they now have an option for your camera feed. Like if you're going through, let's say you got 3 cameras set up.
Yeah, that's an update. That's the brand new update that just
brand new update. It actually will do your camera transitions for you.
Wow.
virtual DJ. Wow, right?
That's dope.
I mean,
Okay.
I always used it because
Okay.
I DJ videos and stuff like that. And
Yeah.
so whenever I'm at a spot, that's how I get like a lot of my gigs because not a lot of DJs are DJing videos.
Yep.
Yeah, because like
So-
with Serato, you gotta like add the extra plugins and other apps to get
And
the
it's already
video.
in
So
virtual
yeah,
DJ.
that's kind of dope that it's already built into it.
Yep. And the thing that like I was telling Kenyon, the reason I switched to virtual DJ from Serato, because I was with Serato for the first 2 years that I started DJing back in 2010. Because like I said, I'm new. And you know, being up on the Genius, because I learned so much from him, he was like, all right. And man, once I realized that doggone virtual DJ and I was trying to do videos and it was eating up my computer CPU so bad, you know, you get your computer to just lock up and all that kind of stuff. And, you know, at the time I didn't have a big computer, but it was a MacBook, you know, 2012. You know, see, I had it maxed out, 16 gigs of RAM, you know, terabyte hard drive. And I'm thinking, okay, man, you start playing videos, man, that thing will lock up on you, man. I was like, okay. I was like, oh, I'm not doing this. And then he was like, man, I'm telling you, go to virtual DJ. So I played with virtual DJ. And I'm like, dude, I can go 8 hours playing videos for 8 hours and not one pause in nothing. Wow. And I'm like, I don't have to worry about cutting it off, cutting it back on, music stopping.
Difficulties.
But it's like the whole Mac versus PC thing. Mac is built for like all of the software that comes installed on it to run with the hardware and in harmony with each other. So with Serato, it's like a PC. You got to add all this other separate stuff to get certain things going, but virtual DJ is already built into it. So all of the video functions and the streaming functions, all of that is built to work in harmony with the rest of the software. So it's going to keep your usage low. So that makes sense.
I love it. I love it.
It's dope that it even has all of that.
Right. I love it because I've actually been using it for a really long time. And then like I was there through all the updates and everything, and then through 8 through 2020, like for real. I mean, I think I started off on PC DJ, then got a crack version of 7, and then like, you know what I'm saying. But you know, everybody was kind of sleeping on it because like when I first got into digital DJing, like they had put me on this and stuff, and I was just like, okay, cool. I was doing everything with my laptop. And so now that I see that, because I was more veered into tractor because of the way that I DJ, but like there's certain things that I can't do with tractor that I can do with Serato. There's certain things that, you know, the other way around. But like whenever I can do everything on virtual. And so that's one thing that I really love, because like whenever I have a situation where if it's a client's birthday or something like that, I can have something streaming across the screen, a ticker or something that says happy birthday such and such. I can run a slideshow. I can
it's got a request app too, doesn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, I use that for karaoke. I use that for karaoke. We talked about that
I think that's how I heard about it. I think you had mentioned it before on a
I use it all the time.
Yeah, you go to your smartphone, you go ask.the.dj, and then they send a request in. They can even send you a message and stuff like that, and then like it comes straight to your thing as long as you're connected.
They can also pay you. It has a PayPal app.
Yeah.
As a
so
DJ.
they can pay you right there.
That's crazy.
Pay you right there.
That's crazy.
When I did,
guys, so let me know when y'all ready.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. Tell me, you should be able to hear it. I made sure that the audio was working on it. Hopefully it won't be. I may have too many. I'm gonna have to close. Hold on a second. I think I'm gonna have to close some windows. I got too much open.
Yeah, I did. When I did my block party, Steve, I had let all of my neighbors know, like if they had requests. So I was doing block parties every Saturday. So what they would do is they pull out their phone and they just send me songs, because we have on my block we have a Facebook page. And so I sent the message to them, hey, if you want to hear a song, you know, just send it to this. And dog, they were just sending me songs. And so I'm sitting in my garage just playing music that they want to hear. Oh, that's brilliant.
That's it.
Yeah, see, I use
That's
it for
it.
use it for karaoke because a lot of times
Yeah.
people be too like shy to get up and stuff like that, and I really don't like anybody screaming in my ear. And I didn't have a book, and I didn't have like anything, so I pretty much use that. I said, go to your smartphone, then I put it on the screen to say ask.the.dj, and then type in Barber Bistro. Boom, and then like I got all the requests like right there in the DJ program. So
that's dope. Cause that what you just mentioned with the pad, I had started doing that. I was doing some school dances, and the kids constantly coming and asking. Like you said, they get in your face, and you know you trying to work, and they keep interrupting you. So I had the idea of like, let me pull out a piece of paper and a pen, and we're like, here, write your request down on here. Leave me alone. I'll get to them when I look at the pad. It was so yeah, that app would have been that. Yeah, that's brilliant.
Hey, I did. When did they do the city shutdown? What was that? The 1st of March. I had a party like the 23rd of March, and that's when I was like, everybody was kind of like paranoid, like, hey, don't talk to me, dog. I put up, because I always take a little TV screen like what he's talking about, so I had my videos on my TV screen, and I had because of coronavirus, hey, send your request to this. You ain't got to come up and talk to me. I had a sign up at the DJ booth saying, hey, you ain't got to talk to me. Stay in your chair. Send me a message. So once I got everybody on the website, dog, they were just sending them. And I was just playing. I was like, okay, cool. This makes DJing easy. I ain't got to mix nothing. I just play what y'all want to hear. All right. John, you want to hear such. Here you go. Bam. Just, man, it made life so easy for me. I was like, this is perfect. I ain't got to worry about y'all looking in my face. I ain't got to be like talking to you. That's
the best part. That's the best part of it, I think, is the fact that they don't have to come up and interrupt you just to get their request in, and then you having that conversation to them trying to remember the name of the song, or they don't really know the name of the song. You have to go deal with that whole thing,
right? And then they sing it in your ear and stuff. I think next week. Next week, depending on what the topic is. I'll do a share screen where we can actually give a run through of what all we do and stuff like that, because like pretty much you just go to what was it? It's listen advice, and then you go to ask the DJ, and then like you got to set it up online, but like once you got that all set up, and then as long as you're connected to the internet, then you're pretty much good, and all your stuff will actually just come up on the screen and stuff, and you can pay that thing, and then like you'll get a notification that you were paid, and because it's optional to pay. You can set it up any way that you wanted to, and like I said, this is like the best thing since sliced bread. I mean,
let me ask you this, because the thing that turned me off with virtual DJ in the beginning was that it was strictly you controlling it from the computer, and now they got DVS abilities to it. So how does that work out? Like, what does it work with?
Everything.
Everything. Because you could like use your Serato equipment and Serato records, but use a virtual DJ.
You can use anything.
Record box controller, Pioneer controller. It doesn't matter. Okay. And then contractor controllers, and then like if there's something that's actually not compatible, you can get mappers. You can download the mappers, and virtual DJ works with any DJ equipment in the world.
Look, y'all got me looking at the calendar for tomorrow. Y'all got me looking at the calendar. The first show don't start till 6. I know what I'm doing tomorrow.
Did you see the one I did about Ace Boogie? Do me a favor, bring your screen back up. Are you ready yet? You still playing?
No, go ahead. I'm still working on it.
Ace Boogie, can you get your screen back up? You got virtual DJ up? Can you put his screen back up?
Yeah. Can you put me up?
Yeah.
All right, hold on.
This was something that I talked about a couple weeks ago. Go to Genius DJ. Click on Genius DJ right above that. Now, if you guys don't know what Genius DJ is, do me a favor. Take if you go up to where that have you ever used Genius DJ, Ace Boogie?
Well, most of the time it usually comes up at the bottom where you're playing a song and they give you a suggestion for another track.
What this does, Steve, and like I said, it's for especially like for new DJs. Take just hey Ace, do me a favor.
Kind of like takes the guesswork out of trying to figure out what to play next.
It takes it out. And what it does is, another thing is, I don't know if a lot of you guys, I don't mix in key, but also it'll actually tell you what songs actually go with what you're playing. So you can do mix. You can do, if you go to your hey, Ace, do me a favor, click on in your list, click where it says title, artist, and then go to the word key. Right click it so it'll show you your
sort them by key.
Yeah, if you click on key, now what it'll do is, you see everything that has a check mark by it.
Mm-hmm.
What that does is that tells you all those songs are key compatible to the song that he's playing now.
Okay.
And so you don't even have to use mixed in key, the extra program.
Right. You don't even have to use mixed in key, because right there, anything that has a check mark by it tells you that that song is already.
Well, Serato can do that now too. It'll mark the key, but it uses the Camelot wheel codes.
Oh, right. Hey, but do you know what I do?
Key.
You know what I do as far as the key goes? It's a virtual DJ plugin. It's called My Library, right? And then so what I do, I go to My Library, and then so of course you got your database that shows all your audio, video, karaoke, everything that you've ever played, your popular songs and everything. And key is one of the things. So while I got Return to the Mac playing, right? And so everything that's compatible that I got to Return to the Mac is here. And if I want to do harmonic mixing, it gets everything closer to the key of in this situation, Return to the Mac is in the key of D. So everything that's actually close to that, that's how I do. Right, and these
now
are
at that point, all you got to do is figure out a song that's got the right vibe, right BPM, kind of work from there.
Exactly.
Yeah. So it takes so much it takes so much of the guesswork out of when you're DJing and you're in a groove, and you just sit and just pretty much just hell, it actually does all the work for you. I ain't gonna lie. It makes it so simple, and where a lot of old school DJs, okay, you're cheating. Well, I mean, yeah, you're cheating, but it gives you an opportunity to do other stuff.
Right, because my thing that I've been doing lately is I'm just trying to mix fast at this point too. Not necessarily mixing fast to try to keep, the algorithms and stuff, but I want to get in and out of songs. I might play the first verse and a hook, and then while that hook is playing, I'm mixing into the next song. Like I'm trying to go on to the next one just to keep that vibe moving along, and sometimes I might still be scrolling and here come the hook and I ain't found the song that I want to play yet. So that kind of shortens that up a little bit.
Yep, this makes it so simple because, and then like he was saying, at the bottom of the list, it'll actually tell you. Now the thing is, I don't think it'll do it fast enough, Steve, to get you through the first verse, but normally after about 35 seconds, it'll give you cues down at the bottom to let you know, hey, here's a song that you can play. And what they're saying, the Genius DJ is just saying, of all the DJs that use virtual DJ, this is a song that other DJs have played to go along with that song. So it's just
it's not just going off of what key fits or what BPM fits. Right. It's going off of the history of what everybody that's ever used virtual DJ and played that song, what they played now.
It usually shows at the bottom here. If I'm not sure what's going on here, but it usually shows at the. Oh, wait a minute. Like I said, it usually shows at the bottom, but I just click live feedback under Genius DJ. And so now that I've played that, this is all the songs from that I could follow up from Return to the.
Okay.
That's been compiled through different DJs and how they.
It's like I said, it's such a cool feature, man. Then like what we were talking about, how you can do the broadcast. Broadcast is real simple. You just click on it, it starts it immediately, it's just. I mean, they've really done so much with this program to where it just makes it so simple. That remote button is where I was saying you use your phone, so you can actually just plug up your phone. Go sit down, sit next to your wife, and you can DJ with looking at your laptop.
No, Thomas need to send you a check, bro.
Hey, that's what Kenya said. Kenya said, dude, you ought to be the virtual DJ spokesperson.
They need to send you a check.
No, it's impressive though, and the thing too is like everybody that I know is either using Serato or Rekordbox. So I don't really know anybody that's using virtual DJ. So I've heard of some of the advancements that they did with it, but some of the stuff that y'all been talking about, I didn't even know some of this stuff was even in there. It's that's kind of cool.
Another thing, I know, and another thing I like about it is how like you don't have to use a separate program to record your own mix. Like say if I'm DJing, right, and you can also record if you're DJing videos, you can record in MP4 format.
I'll say this too. That's one thing that I wish Serato did do. It does. You can record your mix depending on what equipment you're using. Like if you're using one of the, like if you got the SL1, I think maybe the SL2, you're not doing that. But some of the other ones, the other boxes and all the mixers and controllers, you can record. But you can only record it to a WAV file or AIF. You can't record straight to MP3.
No, record straight to MP3.
So that's kind of cool. And then the thing that you can do video too, since you're doing that. Yeah.
Unless you do
Yeah, it's even give you FLAC as an option. Yeah, so you're not getting that, and Serato doesn't even give you that as an option.
Another cool thing is God dog, I lost my train of thought. It was in dog, you just clicked on it. Was it in the audio?
I'll click up more.
Oh, have you ever noticed, like a lot of times, I don't know if you guys have listened to Genius or not, but you'll notice how Genius is playing 3 songs at one time. Have you ever? Yeah. I mean,
other virtual decks.
Right. A lot of times, like you can set virtual DJ to like if you load a song, let's say like right now, this song is at Return to Mac, he has it at 190.85. Every other song that you load, you see how that song said 99.40. The song he just uploaded too close. You can actually set virtual DJ that any song that you load up, it matches the BPM of the song that's playing. So you're not sitting there, especially if you're having to adjust, doing a lot of adjustments, especially with Serato. A lot of times Serato will throw your songs off. You see how like all
you mean like when using the sync?
Yeah. But
I've just been looking at the beat grids with Serato because I never even bothered. I've never wanted to use sync, never really looked at it, but I decided to look at the beat grids the other day and realized that it does that. Like because I was trying to figure out, like sometimes I set a loop and the loop will be just slightly off. So when it loops back, I have to make an adjustment to it every time.
Keep manipulating.
Yeah, and it's because the beat grids are off slightly.
Yeah, one thing this will do is it will allow you to manipulate all your music to where it stays on beat. So like when you're doing 3 songs at one time, like let's say you're doing a hook of something, you're doing an instrumental or something, and then you're playing something else, it keeps it in. Now it'll still mess up, especially if it's a live band style song, like let's say Before I Let Go or Cameo, so every now and then. But if it's a digital beat track to where it's on the 8 count, it'll stay looped, it'll stay perfect. And that's why, because I was like, dude, how in the hell is he playing 3 songs at one time and all of it synced? And I couldn't figure out. I was like, man, damn, you a magician.
Yeah, see, a lot of those new mixers, they actually have the
he be moving fast too.
Yes.
You can actually switch the decks because it was just kind of weird to me because I've known Genius a long time and stuff, and like what day, I'm saying, he brought his 1200s out on the stage and everything and stuff like that. And then like Genius to me is a big time DJ. So like and he's the one that set up our sound and our staging and everything. So he said, hey, well, I gotta go do this wedding real quick. But since he came to the festival, he went ahead and decided to spin. And I was like, I said, this guy's using virtual. I was like, all right. I was like, okay, cool. I was like, man, for real, because it was real frowned upon. See, virtual DJ is like Cobb County. Nobody liked it until it got popular.
Damn, Ace, you're Cobb County.
He lied though.
Hey, you want to lie to the truth? So yeah, though.
But man, I'm telling you, dog, I love it because, like I said, it just makes DJing so simple. And then even like because like Paul, DJ P Rock, he was like, man, I just like the look of Serato. If you go right here where he is
I
now,
was just about to say they got skins that you
they
can
have
change it.
skins to where you could actually make it look like Serato. They have a skin that actually make it looks like turntables. That's a pretty cool skin. I don't know if you got that one in your thing, but they have one where it looks just like 1200s.
Wow.
Yeah, no, I don't have those. I don't use all those silly skins or whatever. I just pretty much just
But
like
even like your controller, a lot of your controllers, I don't know if you use controller or turntables, but whatever controller you use, they'll have a skin for that particular controller too. So like I have a skin for my NS7 and my NS6 too. So
right, and then you can set it up if you want the these on the top, you want these on the bottom. You just pretty much change the color of your jog wheels and all that. Just
like
it can do it. It can do
customizable.
it.
That's
Yeah,
one
it can
thing
do it.
I've always wondered why Serato never added at least that. Like, let me like they just added the daytime mode where you can invert the colors. So if you're like outside and your screen is all dark because the whole interface is black, you can invert it so that it's white.
Yep.
So it's easier on your eyes in the daytime. Like if you're out in the sun, they just added that. You know what I'm saying? I always felt like that was kind of like way behind on the curve. Like, why can't I customize the skin?
Yeah,
and like change the colors and stuff.
Kenya say he ready to, guys. It's in it's in your I think it's in your it should be up there where your deck thing is, Ace. If you click on your layout, I think it's in there. Oh, you're in a different mode.
Yeah, no, I think this might be too. Hang tight 1 sec. I wanted to get it back to how I had it. I can't find it.
All right, can you oh, there you go.
I'm ready. Let me
yeah, I'll chop it up with y'all on that.
Yeah, we'll mess with that next week.
I'm gonna dig into that a little more myself.
We can't hear you.
Oh, you muted.
All right, everybody mute your mics because I don't know how loud her volume is. Of course, my volume is going to be loud. She's recording from her phone sitting in her office. So I'm not for sure how loud her volume is going to play. So just mute your mics when I start it. All right, here we go. It's gonna play first a little slow. It's gonna be a little glitchy, and I think it's gonna catch up somewhere probably after about 5 minutes or so. But this is actually playing. I actually downloaded it so it can play a little better. And I've shut down mostly everything on my computer to just so it won't buffer as much. All right, here we go. All right.
Kenyon, I can't hear it.
Hey, turn your mic up. Yeah, maybe you should just.
You said you can't hear it?
Yeah, maybe you should just let it play through your microphone.
Yeah, because I can't hear it, Kenyon.
Yeah, because as soon as you muted your mic, it went silent.
All right, I'm gonna start it over. All right, what's up, everybody? This is Ken here. This is a special episode of Atlanta DJ Zone Tech Tuesday Live. I have a special guest that I've been trying to catch with for weeks to do this interview. We are finally able to where we can do this interview and share this information with you. Let me introduce you, Shay M. Lawson. She's a Georgia-based intellectual property attorney specializing in brand protection and contract negotiation for the music industry professionals and social influence. Now, her keen understanding of creative business has allowed her to broker client deals and protect the interests of multi-platinum, Grammy award-winning artists, songwriters, engineers, producers over the last 10 years of her practice. Now, she is a governor for the Atlanta chapter of the Recording Academy and a member of the State Bar of Georgia Intellectual Property. So let me go ahead and introduce you to Miss Shay M. Lawson. Welcome, welcome.
Thank you for having me.
This
Thank
has
for
been well
working through
overdue.
my schedule.
I've been trying to catch up with her for probably the past 2 weeks. Now, I ran across her because about 2 weeks ago, somebody shared a link from her Instagram, a video that she did on her Instagram talking about DJs and streaming music. So I'm like, okay, she's dead on the nail. I've been trying to tell people this for the past, even before the COVID-19, when streaming was not as important to most DJs, but now everybody is doing it.
Mm-hmm.
And so I've been trying to tell people this. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna see if I can contact her, and you can hear it from somebody that's better in this than me, because it seems like nobody's not listening to what I'm saying.
They're not listening to you.
No, they wasn't listening to me. They wasn't listening to me. As much as they respect the technical advice and stuff that I do, I was not being respected on this. So now after 2 weeks of us firing back at each other and missing each other, because my sleep schedule is completely off. I don't know. Today is Monday. Yeah, today is Monday, and I don't know what day of the week it is or what month we in right now, but I know tomorrow's Tuesday, and I know I have to get this done before Tuesday. So now we're gonna go ahead and jump into the first question and the most important question. Now, first question: why do social media platforms like Facebook and Instagram, YouTube, and other block and mute DJs from playing live sets?
All right. So platforms like Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, etc., are going to mute you, block you, maybe even suspend your account if you are playing music that does not belong to you, i.e., music that belongs to a record label or an independent artist, and they have their copyright enforcement working with these various platforms. So the moment the algorithm pings that you are playing Michael Jackson, Off the Wall, or Prince Adore, because a lot of times it happens when you're playing like the mega artists, because of course their teams are absolutely going to be on it, that you will get shut down, you will be muted. And so it says that you are displaying content that does not belong to you. This video features music that does not belong to you. And so anytime you are publicly broadcasting music, you must have a license that grants you the right in order to play that music. And that either means that you have paid for that license, or the platform that you are using has a license and a mechanism to be able to pay royalties to the record label or to the artist or whoever the requisite rights holders are. But that is why you are being muted, because you as the DJ, regardless of if you paid for your music in a pool, you did your 99-cent download, you have the right to privately play that music, but you don't have the right to publicly perform it. And I know a lot of people are confused because they're like, well, I play music in the club, I play music at concert venues. Those venues pay a blanket license in order for music to be played in their venues. So anytime you are anywhere, whether it is the mall, the grocery store, the club, a bar, those establishments have paid what's called a blanket license in order for you or anybody else to play music. And so that's why it's allowed in those settings, but not allowed on your Instagram or Facebooks, because these platforms are not set up with those types of blanket licenses to ensure that the rights holders are paid.
Excellent, excellent. Now, next question. All right, the next question. You may or may not know this, but this is the question that a lot of people ask too. There's some type of algorithm that the platforms use to be able to detect the music that's being played. Do you know what type of algorithm is used to detect that causes the copyright violation?
I have no idea. Yeah, no, I I have no idea, and I don't want to lie. So this is definitely a guess, and I'll say that if you have been listening thus far, I am an attorney, but I am not your attorney, and so therefore, any information that I give is not individualized legal advice. If you or someone you know are impacted by copyright violations or infringements, please reach out to an attorney that is barred in your state for a consultation. However, I just as a guess, I know that I think it's pretty simple, and I talked about this a bit in my Instagram. I really think that it's when you are blanketly playing a song all the way through. I don't know what the algorithm is, but you are now giving it time to identify the song. And so because you're not scratching, you're not blending, you're not, mixing different songs together, you are not creating anything original, you are simply just being a playlist or a Pandora. You're giving whatever algorithm it is time to now find you and shut you down, which would be different if you were, no shade, genuinely DJing, and just keep moving through your tracks, and you have your blends and you have your mixes, and you're being really original and creative with your song selection and your mixing. And I think that's what allows you to kind of work around the system for the time being. But I'm not sure the exact algorithm, but I find that the most people that I find that are being frustrated and being shut down and being muted, they're playing the song straight through, or they're playing a significant portion of the same song with no other creative additions.
All right, because on that note, I'm thinking that the algorithm that most platforms are using are the algorithm that used for Shazam. The basic, I guess, the 5 seconds.
Makes sense.
The 5 seconds. Yeah, because
sense.
it picks up less than, well, depending on what songs, it may pick up in a matter of seconds.
2 seconds,
mute you just like that. And well, what you said is the same thing I've been saying, but they not hear me. Hopefully you can listen to what she's saying, because she has degrees, the degrees behind what I'm saying. I'm saying this basically because I'm a DJ and I may know technical aspects of what's going on. I'm a tech guy, and I even know the insides of record labels too, because I used to work college promotion. I worked college promotion for No Limit Records when I was back in Mississippi, and I worked college promotions for Def Jam here in Georgia. So I know a little bit of how the labels operate. And what you got to understand, you got to think of it from a business aspect.
Mm-hmm.
Before you think of it as a user or artist or whatever. You got to think of how they would run it as a business. So like I tell people, you have to be the fly on the wall during the conference meetings and see exactly what marketing is saying, what advertisement is saying, what the CEO is saying. You basically have to understand what everybody in the room is saying at the time that they have these meetings, and understand. And that's when I read an article and hear about bankruptcies and stuff like that, I'm like, okay, so this department probably didn't live up to their expectations, and so they had to go into bankruptcy or whatever. You just got to kind of understand the business side of stuff as for the point that you understand. All right, next question. Now, the next question, and I don't know if you heard of this. Now, the platform Mixcloud has started a Mixcloud Live, and they are able to stream without any license. I have seen the video with another YouTube video where they introduced and they talked about this. I'm gonna see if I can try to get them as a guest on to explain. Now, how do they get by to where, and they're doing the pay to play without any issues about the copyright? I know even though it's a European or a UK based company, and there may be some different aspects between how music is run here in the States compared to over there. Elaborate on that a little more if you can.
I have not heard of this, but okay, so I have not heard of this Mixcloud Live DJ, the pay to play, but it's just like what I'm saying. There's absolutely no way that a platform is known and is playing music and has not paid a license. There's just no way. So, Ken, just like you were saying, from a business standpoint, there's too much money to be made in the music industry for a record label, a music publisher to allow music to be played for free en masse, and yet alone let a DJ get paid for it, and not the record label who owns the music or the publisher being able to pay the independent rights, the individual rights holders. So it absolutely still has to be one of these scenarios where Mixcloud likely has paid for a license, a blanket license use, in order for the DJs to be able to do this and to get paid. And it is likely the same type of license and technology, and they were probably just first to the market to do it, that Facebook is looking to integrate with their paid watch parties, where people can now pay to enter these private rooms when people go live. So I'm assuming that is the scenario that is likely set up there. It's still got to be a license. There's just no way that you're able to play music and publishers and record labels aren't getting paid.
Well, they are paying for some licenses. I think some of right now they're going through the beta stage. It hasn't been released for the public. A lot of DJs have been going on testing, and actually, I think the amount of DJs that's been going on, they actually broke the system. Whoa. And they end up shutting down for a couple days or whatever. I don't know if they're back up and running, but they wasn't expecting the overwhelm of DJs that decided to use their platform. But it hadn't been released to the public. It just only released to those that have an account. And I know one of the limitations that they had was that you can't play 3 of the same artist's songs at one time.
Back to back. Like artist same Pandora, Here it is. I wanted to look this up. It says Mixcloud pays a royalty fee to the labels and publishers, who then distribute amongst the artists and the songwriters. Yeah, so there it is.
And I think there may be other. I mentioned this in the beginning, maybe the first week. I did it in a poll post that other labels, and I looked at it again as a fly on the wall. I'm like, okay, everybody's trying to go to Facebook. Facebook was like the primary one everybody was trying to stream from, and then D-Nice did his thing, and then saw that he got a huge amount of people that attended his stream, so everybody wants to do Instagram. Now there's problems with Instagram, and I'm sure a lot of you guys have seen in the versus battles where the audio has not been, even if they had the right equipment, there was issues with the audio. And if there's anybody that's coming out that's doing another versus, get with me so I can help you have your sound better. I can get your sound better with stuff that you probably already have. Anyway, and so I'm sidetracked. But anyway, let's see, 3 artists.
You were basically saying that everybody was on Facebook. Then once D-Nice did it, everybody moved to Instagram.
Yeah, moved to Instagram, and now everybody's going to Twitch. And just recently, had a DJ that's famous here in Atlanta, DJ JC. He did a post. He did a post today to where a lot of his tracks on Twitch had been muted. So now the one that people have been going to, everybody has moved from Facebook to Instagram, maybe YouTube, and then Twitch, and now Twitch is following suit. As I was saying in the beginning, somebody is going to come out with a platform that can cover everything. That's going to say, okay, we're paying the licenses, and you pay this much a month, and you can stream from us. And soon enough, here we go. Mixcloud started, and there are two more. There are two more. I can't remember what they are. One of them popped up on my timeline, and then another DJ. I think Beatport was one of them that somebody had shared that is now doing streaming. So there's more coming. Soon as somebody drops off, somebody else is going to follow. Oh, playdj.tv. And what had happened, this was the platform. It was a UK-based playdj.tv. They went live. And I think they were live in maybe like the first few weeks. Not too many people were on. And I signed up and got an account probably last week. And maybe a day after that, they shut down. As of, I think either Thursday or Friday at 5:00, they had to shut down because they ran out of broadband and they didn't have any financial backing. So basically, they just started thinking that, okay, we'll be able to run it and then we'll be able to move to the next step. They didn't even get that far. They got shut down. A lot of the account holders, account members got emails. I got an email and I shared it. I think I shared it at the last podcast or sometime during the week that they had to shut their doors down temporarily until they can get some investors in order to.
What it is. Yeah, I don't think that it's a sense of people don't want their music played, right? The catch really is all about business. It's all about getting money. So just like I told you before I looked it up, I'm like, no, I know that Mixcloud had to have paid one of these licenses. And so because this is new to everybody, you have to think about how long it took the music industry to really take on to streaming, period. It took a Napster coming. It took like a Napster coming and taking over the market and kids pirating. Well, everybody, not even just kids, people pirating, music for however long for the music industry to move away from CDs and really go to streaming, right? And it still wasn't even your record labels that created these streaming services. It is like your Apples, and even with the curating of playlists, you have your Spotify's coming into the market, and the labels are catching up. So labels and major music business is always playing the catch-up game to technology and to the market. And so it's not that they don't want to capitalize on it, because if they can, they will. They are just trying to understand, how can they do this? How can we work this out? So you see a lot of the same problems happen in the very beginning when TikTok took off. And so you had like your TikTok and your Triller, where people are doing these little lip sync, these little dance videos, and it was cool. And there wasn't a lot of people on there. And then as soon as the platform took off and got popular, now the National Association of Music Publishers has sued them for copyright infringement. So there is always kind of that little gateway of, when you think about lawyers, we're expensive. And so you want to look at what is worth my time to enforce. So previous to the coronavirus, it might not have been worth somebody's time to enforce on a site like the one that you're just talking about. That was kind of indie and small. But now that it's coronavirus and everybody is jumping on a platform and everybody is streaming music, now this is worth the time to get lawyers involved to absolutely enforce my song rights. So there's always kind of that lag period between when something initially launches and it's okay, when the lawyers shut it down, and then when they figure out how to monetize it. And so we're in like that little middle period right now where lawyers are shutting everything down while the business figures out how to monetize it. And so that's why Facebook is like, hey, be patient with us while we figure out how to do these, paid watch parties. Hey, Mixcloud was the quickest to But that also meant, just like you were saying, that they had the financial backing to even approach a Sony, approach a Warner Chappell, approach all these people and say, hey, can we license your artist music? That means they had the money to even license it, to offer it up. And so those are kind of the catch up. We know Facebook has the money. We know Facebook has the money to do it, but now they might be trying to figure out how can we monetize this, because the tech community and the music community, we are not heavy Facebook users. You know, we're just not on Facebook like that. And so really trying to figure out if it's worth it for them monetarily. So I think that these companies will figure out ways, even if it's a subscription model for DJs, where it's like, okay, your set might be limited to these labels or this catalog. So you'll see sometimes that you might only be able to create your set based off of a pre-populated catalog. That would be my guess, that you would only be able to access a pre-populated catalog based on who they have acquired licenses from. And as they acquire more and more licenses on these various online platforms, then more and more songs will be available, but you won't just be able to play your DJ set from your own catalog. It'll have to probably be like a pre-populated catalog. And it's really just licensing, copyright, music. You know, these artists and these songwriters and these producers want to get paid for their art the same way DJs want to get paid for their art.
Now, the next question adds on to that, but I want to add something with something that you said. Are you aware of the announcement that Zuckerberg made a few weeks ago about the new addition to Messenger rooms?
Yeah, that's what I mean when I keep saying private watch parties. Yeah. Okay,
so what you saying was what he said, because he mentioned in that video, he mentioned something about DJs that can stream, and then he vaguely mentioned about more like a pay to play, but he didn't go into detail, and he didn't mention, you know, if the copyrights and stuff would be taken care of, that you could create a group of rooms.
It out. I don't think there are so little details. I have been unable to get any straight answers.
So you've been contacting them or trying to find out facts about it as well?
Yeah, absolutely. And I just have not been able to get any straight answers about how this is working, because, you know, you want to get the information out there. You want to move people over to a platform, you know, as quickly as possible, if this is what a viable solution is right now. So, but I think they're still working it out, which is why they don't have the details.
And the thing about it that I didn't understand was that you create a group in Messenger, and you charge people to come into that group to hear you play.
Yeah.
For DJs, I don't see it working a lot unless you're a big major name DJ like Jazzy Jeff or.
Oh no, I think it can work. I'm really good friends with Mick. He's a DJ. He's originally from Cleveland. He's based out of New York now. And he's been doing a series of private Zoom parties that are either corporate sponsored or, you know, private parties. He had a few slots where, you know, just the general public could book on his calendar. And so if you are having, I actually saw Rasta Root do one too. He's here in Atlanta. I saw him do one just as a special for like a family, where it was somebody's birthday. I want to say it was like a 16th birthday or something like that, and did a private party. So I think there's a market for it if you're doing something really specific like that, but you need to intentionally market yourself by creating these things where it's like, hey, you want to have a graduation party for your family? You don't want to risk a sketchy playlist? All right, here's your graduation party. Here's my rates. You can set up yours. You can come to my Zoom room or my Facebook Messenger room, and here's the music. It makes sense, and I think people would pay for it.
Okay, so I didn't even think about it as for replacing, because a lot of DJs in the groups that I'm in right now are doing the Zoom parties. And that's going to be something we're going to talk about as well, because there's some stuff with using Zoom that you're going to need to do differently than what you would if you was doing an actual live party. But I didn't think of it. I thought of it because when he first mentioned it, he made it sound like, okay, well, instead of you streaming to Facebook and putting up your Cash App for tips and donation, you just create a private room
and people pay to come in the room.
Pay, $1, $5, something like that.
I think that is how it's going to be set up, but I do not think that it is made with DJs in mind. This is more so made for your indie bands, your indie artists. So definitely not your Erykah Badu's or your Jill Scott's, but kind of that same original concept that Erykah Badu had, where it's like, hey, pay me you can come in to my concert if you pay me $1. I think that Facebook is really kind of capitalizing on that concept, but I think it's not necessarily intended for DJs. It's more so intended for indie bands and artists. So this is your ticket to the concert. Come support my band. Come support, this concert. This is your ticket. When you enter the room, you are paying for, this private, little brother concert or whatever.
Okay, because when he mentioned that, he mentioned DJs, and then that kind of caught my attention. I kind of raised up and then start listening, and then he mentioned that, but he didn't go into detail with it. I just wanted to know if there was anything that you had in detail. All right, let's get to the next question, which was something that you mentioned and I mentioned too. Are there any issues with DJs asking for tips or donations when they're playing music?
That they legally don't have the right to stream. I mean, the issue here is that you are utilizing somebody else's intellectual property for profit or gain without their permission. So this is like the online equivalent of making a bootleg. This is the 2020 version of making a bootleg CD and reselling it, right? So that's a really extreme example, but that's honestly how they'll see it. And copyright infringement is copyright infringement, So if you think about, and I know it's been a long time since all this happened, depending on the age of your audience, but when the music industry cracked down on Napster, I mean, they were doing $1 million judgments against kids, against 16-year-olds. They didn't care if they had illegally downloaded one song, and I think they'll be seeking to make an example out of somebody, and you just don't want it to be you. So I think you're already in tricky territory when you're streaming music that doesn't belong to you, and you're even in even murkier territory now when you are asking for tips and donations for music that doesn't belong to you. I think as a lawyer, you could have a really shaky case for fair use if your stream benefited charity. If it had a non-for-profit purpose, then you might have an argument that it is not copyright infringement, that you have fair use. Same as if maybe you made an argument for educational purposes, that you were not doing this for personal benefit or personal gain, but that you were teaching people to DJ or you were teaching something. Then, when you use something for educational purposes up to a certain amount, then it is considered fair use. But the courts always look at the amount of the use, the manner of the use. And so things like asking for money in exchange for music that doesn't belong to you does not help an already bad case for infringement in the first place.
All right, because that question came up because I'm sure you probably heard that Kid Capri mentioned something about DJs not adding donation or posting a Cash App, asking for money when people are going through a crisis and can't get bills and stuff paid. So that was. But
DJs are people too. I just think they're going through crisis too because clubs are closed. You know what I mean? So. That's the main revenue drivers. I think if you want to just ask people to support your business, you got to completely separate the two in my mind. That support me because it's support the DJ Tuesday or it's support, the so-and-so. Let me send you a t-shirt or you know, a private something, but I wouldn't connect it to my live stream.
Okay. Next question. What steps would I can't remember who asked me this question, but what steps would an individual need to take if they want to do the process themselves? I know, and well, let me go ahead and read the question complete. What steps would an individual need to take to obtain the proper clearances to play copyrighted music on social media or other platforms without any issues? A lot of them said that they think they could just get an ASCAP or a BMI license, and then, you know, that allows them to do it. A lot said that, you know, I bought the music, I got it from iTunes, or I got it from here. I actually own the music, so I should be able to play it. Let me get your understanding of how that works.
Absolutely not. You see me shaking my head this whole time you've been reading the question, right? Just no. The answer is no, no, and no. No and no. There is no workaround to this. As far as obtaining clearances and licenses, just because you download it does not mean that you own it. You know, just you don't own. That's really difficult to explain, but it seems like creatives will understand it the most. Just because you downloaded a song doesn't give you ownership of it. When people talk about owning their masters, right? Like, you don't own it. The record label owns it. They have the sole right to publicly perform this work because they paid for it to be created. You do not own it because you gave 99 cents and now you can do whatever you want. That is not the case. And just because you have a personal license, unless the platform itself allows a user to, at the time that they are creating a profile, or maybe provide some provision for you to update your profile to show that you have appropriate licensing for music, and maybe that is something that platforms are working towards. But until they do that, I don't think that there's a climate in which individuals will be able to obtain licenses and then freely play their music, because how will the algorithm know the difference between, you know, Shay, who's paid for her license individually with ASCAP and BMI, and Ken, who is not? All the algorithm knows is that the music is playing. And so unless you have some kind of indicator in the metadata of your platform that shows that you have the proper license for this, I think you're going to be in a really difficult space. Not saying that these platforms won't create, you know, those little indicators, the same way that you maybe can click that you are a business profile, maybe eventually, and I'm just saying maybe, I'm not saying, I don't have any kind of inside scoop, but maybe they will create, you know, some kind of indicator where you can click like, I'm a music professional or music creator, I, you know, have paid for a license, here's my, you know, license number, reference number, or whatever for my license to play music. The only other small workaround, which I'm sure you're aware of, that I talked about in my Instagram live, is for you to literally, and I said this in my video, I think this is a huge missed opportunity for DJs, especially those who used to work in the radio space or used to be touring with artists or whatever. I think a lot of DJs are missing the opportunity right now to break new music and to work with these major labels who are trying to break artist projects that are being released over the summer, even though we are in quarantine. So now if you are in a position where you are working directly with Atlantic Records, you know, with Universal, with whoever, for their artist's newest release, or, you know, Tory Lanez is, you know, now indie or whatever. So you're working with an indie artist on their new release who has a significant following. Well, now you are in a position where this major label can get you the waiver. This major label can work with a Facebook and Instagram the same way that like a Versus and a D-Nice are working with the platforms in order for your music to play, because you are working with the actual owner of the music, which is the label and the artist, and then they can secure the appropriate underlying rights from the producers and songwriters. So to me, that's your key thing And if you're local, especially like, can you mention being in like a Mississippi or something like that? If you're watching this and you're in a smaller market, let's just say you're like in a Macon or Athens or Rome, like in Augusta, this is a really great time for you to break local artists and share your live, play their project, and they aren't going to get you pinged by the algorithm, because, you know, the same way as Shazam wouldn't pick them up, I'm sure an algorithm wouldn't pick up your local artists either. So I think that those are kind of your workarounds for the moment, and really take advantage of this and break new music, because there aren't a lot of DJs out there breaking new music anymore.
Excellent. Now, this question, and I know you're about to get tickled at this one, because I'm sure you may have heard this one a lot. Many DJs post the Fair Act Law, I think it's 1976, where they put it into their live sets. Is this effective for them to use? And what does this law mean? And who does it originally apply to?
What in the world?
You're not familiar with that? They basically post it. It states that I don't have the right to, or the ownership of this song. It's basically to where they put themselves not responsible for anything that happens. I'll find a couple of them and send them after if you don't understand what it means.
Yeah, because this is like a miss. There is no Fair Act Law of 1970. This is really odd. So I'm assuming what they're referring to is like the Copyright Act of 1976, in which the court defines fair use, which I just discussed, those fair use factors that I talked about, where it was, you know, education, non-charitable, you know, the length, the commercial value of it. Those were the 4 factors that I was literally just talking about as it related to fair use. So I'm assuming that that is what people are referring to when they're saying the Fair Act Law of 1976. What they really probably mean is the Copyright Act of 1976. And so anytime a use is nonprofit, educational, or personal use, then you can have an argument that it is not copyright infringement. And so that's what I was literally just talking about. If you are using this in a teaching setting, and so you'll see this happen a lot with movies. Actually, a PTA got sued by Disney, I want to say, for showing The Lion King at a fundraiser, right? And so there's this logic that they play movies all the time for kids, but, you know, they're claiming it's educational. They're teaching humanities or music class or, you know, Getting Along or Animal Kingdom or whatever, right? So they're using the movies at school for educational use. But now when you tiptoe over to a commercial use, to a for-profit use, aka a fundraising use, now you stepped outside of the bounds of that educational use, and it's no longer fair use, and it is just downright copyright infringement. And so, you know, that's kind of what I've been harping on this whole time. And I know that I sound like a broken record, no pun intended, but if you don't own the rights, you don't own the rights. And so I think, just like I was saying before, you might have a better chance at playing music and not being shut down if it is tied to a charitable use. If you are not personally collecting money for this and you are donating it to charity, and you have coordinated with you know, the charity and the rights holders in that aspect. And then again, personal use, which I'm guessing is why Facebook is also putting this in Messenger instead of just like a general broadcast, because now this is your personal room, the same way that these Zooms are personal Zoom rooms. This is your own personal Zoom. You are not publicly broadcasting this. So this would be the equivalent of me personally playing music at my backyard barbecue or, you know, at my house party. This is my own personal use and not a business use. But inherently, if you are a DJ, you are a business. And so it's going to be really difficult for you to claim any kind of fair use under the Copyright Act of 1976. And you putting that little disclaimer at the bottom of your box that says, I do not own this music, is not helping you.
Good. I'm gonna send you a few examples. Since you said you haven't seen it, I'm gonna send you a few examples. And I may have sent them in the videos that I sent you, little clips of people.
Yeah, I'm like, let me look at you.
I may not have included it in that, but those were like a few that, based on the questions that I've stated here, and that was just within one day, or just scrolling down within probably less than 50 posts that I saw those. So I'll send that to you later. Let's move on to the next question. I'm sure you got something to do. My next question, where is it? Okay, this is the next to the last question right here.
Okay.
Since social media platforms were not developed for music streaming, which is what I've been trying to tell y'all, it's not developed for music. Do you know anything in the coming future, during or after this epidemic, that will allow streaming music on social media? Anything that you heard or?
No, I haven't. I'm sure it will, but I haven't.
Okay. Well, y'all can forget that. You just have to wait till whenever somebody brings something else up. Uh-oh. Disappear for a second. All right.
Let's see. Uh-oh. Oh.
Battery dying out?
Yep. Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm back.
All right. Now, this last question, it's not related to streaming. This is a debate me and somebody's been having for a while. I'm not going to say which question or which part of it is me, which part of it is them. I'm just going to ask the question, but it's related to DJs and contracts.
Okay.
All right. In a contract, what is the difference between using non-refundable deposit versus retainer fee in that contract? Which one holds to the payment of it not being refunded in the event that the contract is breached? Did you understand that one? See, I know you're gonna start laughing at this.
Neither one of these make any sense.
Okay, here's the deal.
Oh man. So
does refundable deposit?
So these are two different clauses, really three different clauses in a contract. A fee is a fee is a fee. It doesn't matter what you name your fee. So you could have a deposit due on a retainer fee. So right, like I could charge you a $2,000 retainer for my services. And you might need $1,000 deposit to book the time and to pay the complete balance before I begin my legal services, right? So you calling it a retainer versus just calling it a standalone deposit doesn't matter. A fee is a fee is a fee, and a deposit can be a part of a fee. So that's number one. Number two, a non-refundable deposit is a non-refundable deposit. So you don't even need to breach the contract in order for it to be non-refundable. I just told you up front, it wasn't refundable. So if I can't do this anymore, if you can't do this anymore, my dog got sick, my car broke down, I'm not in breach of the agreement, but guess what? You don't get this money back either because it was non-refundable. So you want to put some language in there that justifies why you're saying it's non-refundable. So I would, center some language around there in which you state that, like, in order to secure the date, you must pay a non-refundable deposit of X, Y, and Z, right? Because as a DJ, you are giving up other business opportunities in order to hold this date for somebody. So that is why it is non-refundable, because even if you change your mind later, I may not be able to get rebooked for this date. So in order for me to hold this date for you, you must pay a non-refundable deposit of X, Y, and Z. And so then separate from the fee and separate from the deposit, now you want to have a plain refund policy that could be for breach of contract, or it could be for anything. So you have to look at like a coronavirus, right? So I'm sure a lot of DJs had nothing in their contract that related to like pandemics or acts of God or things beyond their control. But I always talk to DJs about that because I know a lot of DJs who have had their equipment stolen. Like, I can't tell you how many DJs I know where, I mean, they've had literally everything stolen from out their car, where they might have just ran in somewhere real quick. And I don't know if somebody was scoping them or what, but I can't tell you how many DJs I know that have had their stuff stolen or their hard drive got corrupted and they don't have anything. Those are things that are out of your control and absolutely need to be in your contract. And so you need to have a refund policy in there, period. Whether it is breach of contract, whether it is something that is out of your control. And another thing that I tell DJs to put in their contract that I find that they don't have in their contract is, what are your AV requirements in order for you to properly set up? You don't want to risk your laptop and the rest of your equipment because somebody has a shoddy electrical system, or their sound system isn't appropriate for you to adequately, do your job. What do you bring and what don't you bring? Am I bringing my own speakers? Am I bringing my own soundboard? Am I bringing, what am I bringing besides my laptop? And so you want to be absolutely clear on that. And so if you now arrive at a venue and they do not have what you need in order to do your job, that needs to be in your refund policy. So you as a DJ, and I tell this, it doesn't matter if you're a DJ or anything, an event planner, a t-shirt maker, a dress maker, whatever, you always want to talk about what's included, what's not included, what's going to cost extra, and walk through the steps of if the unthinkable happens, because that's going to govern your refund policy. So your fee is one thing by itself. Your deposit is another thing by itself. And your refund policy is a third thing by itself that could include breach of contract on top of a whole host of other things.
Yep, you said a lot more than what I thought you would. And
wait, I can't hear you.
Question, it was basically if
I can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
I can't hear you.
What happened to my mic? Hold on a second. Let me see. Testing. Yep, I'm here. You should be able to hear me. Yep, I'm good. You can't hear me? Yeah, my mic is working. Let me see. Did I click anything? Nope, you're not muted. You still can't hear me? You can't hear me? My mic is working. Let's see. Yeah, testing. Okay. Test. Yep, my mic is working. Let me unplug it for a second. Uh-oh. What happened? Okay, I lost it for a second. That was basically, well, that was the last question of the interview. I'm gonna share her information. I'm gonna scroll it across. Oh, here we go. We got her back.
Well, I'm back.
Right.
I can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so it was on your end. I'm like, oh, she dropped off, but good thing we was at the end.
Oh my gosh, I talked for so long. Did you hear anything I said about the refund policies?
Yeah, I heard
Okay.
everything. It was just at the end you said you couldn't hear me. I don't know if it happened because I clicked to scroll your information across the bottom.
Okay.
Since we was wrapping up. On that last question, it was basically with non-refundable deposit, and usually when you hear the word deposit, you like, okay, I'm gonna be getting a portion of this back if I don't do anything. But it was like if even if you violated, you didn't get your money back. Either or, if not, you didn't get it back. Versus, and I know you in the law field, y'all use retainer fee, and that's you get paid that regardless, because that's for your time and your services or whatever. So I'm like, well, I think retainer fee would probably hold better than deposit, because if you look at it as for apartment situation, if you pay a deposit on a apartment, then if you cause any damages, you lose it. But then there's other ways that you can also lose it.
Yeah, but you got to think that those are like security deposits, right? So they have some kind of preference. I think about a deposit. Another word for deposit could be like installment, payment, right? So realistically, when you are utilizing a service and not a thing like a car or an apartment or something like that, but when you are utilizing a service, a deposit is really an installment payment towards the total balance of the fee. And then your actual separate, that's why I say it's 3 separate things. And then your actual refund policy will then dictate the circumstances under which you can receive some, all, or none of your money back.
Yeah, and the differences that we were trying to verify is that you get none of it back.
and so that just needs to be in your
non-refundable deposit is an oxymoron. It clashes with each other. You're trying to then but then you don't want to refund it.
Yeah, then that just needs to be your refund policy. And so you'll see that sometimes where it says, absolutely under no circumstances will a refund be given. Or you'll see that it says, refund is in the sole discretion of service provider, depending on the situation. So whoever, I tell DJs, use a lawyer. How many times have you gotten screwed over by a venue or by a client? And so if there's something you're going to invest your money in, it would definitely be a good services agreement. And you just want to make sure that you're crystal clear on when people can and cannot get a deposit, and thinking that playing tricks with the sentence syntax is going to help you is not it.
Okay, somebody just popped up in my video. Came in,
it was
and I didn't see him. I thought I saw something creeped up behind me. But anyway, I really, really, really appreciate this. And I'm glad that we was able to get this out the way. So y'all be sure to check this out. It's going to be on my most recent episode, which is tomorrow, of Atlanta DJ Zone Tech Tuesday. I'm going to go ahead and put that information up right here. Atlanta DJ Zone Tech Tuesday live every Tuesday, 9:30 p.m. If you're available, come and check it out. It'll go on from Tuesday probably to Wednesday, maybe even Thursday if I don't tell people that we need to end the podcast. But it usually goes long, and you can catch it on YouTube. And my DJ name is The Kid 007. That's DAKYDD 07. Make sure you subscribe and also ring that bell so you can get notifications for any other podcast that I have. Right now, I'm going to let her close out with anything else that she have to say. I'm going to post a picture. She has a website that you can see posted here. This is it right here. This is a website.
Hey.
Go to a website. She has her own podcast. I'm going to let her take over and do some talking. You got the room.
All right. Thank you for having me. Hope this was helpful to you guys. I know that it's super frustrating just to be a DJ and just to be an entrepreneur, period, and be trying to figure all this out. So I appreciate you guys listening. If you have any questions, you can always follow me online. I am on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook at Shay M. Lawson. You see the blog scrolling, so you can find out about me and my clients. You can also click on the top and click work with me if you want to chat about your contracts and make sure that you are legally protected when outside opens back up. And of course, you can listen to my podcast. It is called A Minute of Your Time, and it's available on Anchor, Spotify, and Apple.
Excellent. Awesome. like I said, everybody, y'all make sure you check her out.
I can't hear you again.
Oh, yeah, you keep losing the sound.
It's when you click off the screen.
Okay, but when I come back, hold. What about now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay. Yeah, because all I do, I just go backstage where you was when we first started. So when I come back on, you can't hear me when I'm off. But when I come back on screen, then you should be able to hear me. It's just when I drop back off, I just have to make sure my mic is not muted. But like I say again, because thank you for your hour of time, because we're close to an hour. I thought this was gonna go 30 minutes, but she gave a lot of valuable information. Like I said, you guys have not been listening to me. You need to listen to her now. You can listen to her now because she's probably been saying the same thing that I've said, but with a lot of legal jargon behind it.
Nobody wants to hear that they're breaking the law. Nobody wants to hear that they're infringing on copyright. Everybody just wants to party. There's just nuances to it.
Yeah, hopefully I can get more interviews with her. Like I said, check out her podcast, check out my podcast, and well, that's it. Thank you for your time. We out. Make sure y'all catch this video and many other videos. We out. Peace. All right, guys. Well, that is the end of the video. I did not expect it to go close to an hour. We was looking at probably 30 minutes. I tried to keep the questions short and brief. So I'm sure y'all probably got some questions and want to discuss something about that video now. We are 4 hours and 29 minutes. So I'm going to give y'all, we're going to open up for 30 minutes. And anything y'all want to talk about what she said in the video or what I said in the video, we can go ahead. Thomas, wake up. Turn your mic on.
Night.
So what questions or what did y'all have? What opinions or what do y'all have to say about that interview?
Okay. So my whole thing is that, you know what I'm saying, she was just, just trying to say how DJs would play the whole song, and sometimes we don't play the whole song, and like a lot of us do mashups where we take one acapella and do one instrumental and stuff like that, and they still flag us.
The instrumental at that point, because
she's not a DJ. She's not a DJ. She doesn't, because once you do that and then you do a lot of stuff to the track, it's your own creation at the time. So I mean, yeah. So I mean,
but it's like what Ken was saying about how the like Shazam, will like I've Shazammed a couple of songs recently just from listening to some other DJ sets, like, oh, that song is dope. What is that? Shazam it. And the thing Shazammed it so fast, I Shazammed it like 3 times because I was like, that thing couldn't have figured it out that fast. Like I tapped it and the thing buzzed and told me the name of the song within like 2 seconds. Yeah, it doesn't take long for it to actually figure it out.
5 seconds, depending on the track.
Yeah, it doesn't take long for it to figure it out. So yeah, like you said, she's not a DJ. So she's
not a DJ. She's an entertainment lawyer. She's not a DJ.
So a lot of people's first thought is that the song is playing too long. That really has nothing to do with it. It's a computer. It can think really quickly, so it's gonna find what it's looking for, and it doesn't usually take that long. If the mashups, that can try to throw it off and make it take a little bit longer, but that doesn't always necessarily do it. It'll pick up either the vocals or the music, or if it's a portion of the instrumental that's playing by itself, that might just be long enough for it to pick up and flag that. So,
and it'll definitely pick up the instrumental, because when I was doing testing of cables and different products that you can use to stream with, I played mostly instrumental just so that I was able to do the testing without being flagged. And I got flagged or I got muted for just doing the instrumentals. And I mean, that's all I did. I just went to my list of instrumentals and I just started playing instrumental. You could try after this, play an instrumental and then open up your Shazam. If your Shazam pops up with that instrumental, then that means it can be detected, whether you put lyrics behind it or not. in some cases, yeah, the lyrics may throw it off, but if it has enough of an opening in there to where Shazam can pick up, because Shazam works within 3 to 5 seconds. If Shazam works like the show on TV, it's about 5 seconds that it takes to detect, and it can, depending on the track, it can pick up as quick as maybe 2 or 3 seconds. Any other questions?
Now, I thought what she said was pretty on point. I mean, I pretty much, not saying I know everything, but I was doing a lot of research, and a lot of what she was saying was a lot of stuff that I have been finding, so I mean, it's not a lot we can do until a license exists. I would imagine that somebody would want to create that, especially knowing that, there's an atmosphere where that would be desired by people such as ourselves, and that we'd be willing, like you were saying before about, maybe paying for ASCAP or BMI, maybe one of them will be like, you know what, let's go ahead and create a license that we could sell to individuals. That's more money that's coming in for us as an organization, as well as money that's getting paid to the artist. And then all we got to do is like maybe upload the, all of us using software now, it records a list of what we played. We just export that and then upload that so they know who to pay, maybe something like that. But until they create it, we stuck like Chuck. We gotta deal with what it is. So, I mean, it is what it is. And for now, we just gotta work with the platforms that will allow us to do what we can do, without, getting cut off. Like Facebook is not gonna be the way, Instagram is not gonna be the way for now, until there's some other way that can be worked around that, will allow us to actually do it and, be whitelisted. So, Facebook knows not to actually cut this particular account off, because this account does have rights to actually, do a public performance of these songs. They've been given permission to do it.
Yeah, how do we build something like that though? I don't know if it was you or Thomas that said it about like a some type of subscription service or something like that. Or
that was the question that I asked her, and where she was saying that you can't, because a lot of people think that you can just get an ASCAP or BMI license, but it's more stuff behind it. You have and it was mentioned, and Conscious, you mentioned the when you mentioned the Mixcloud, they went through and said that they not only the license that they paid, there were other licenses that they haven't paid that required them to pay per track. They had to pay certain license per track that was played, and you definitely don't want to go through that, even if it's small change. And if even with DJs, you may mix one verse chorus, so that's about 1:30, and let's just say that 1:30 is $2. Now you take your whole set and say within your set you have maybe 60 to 80 songs for 1 hour that you're going to pay. Would the math to be about
160?
Yeah, that's how much licenses would have to be paid for that set, and that's just for that law. That's not for the blanket. You still have to do the blanket law, which covers a whole gamut. But that's just the one, and I didn't even know that there was one that you have to pay per track, which I think that one right there kind of blocks the individual from doing. Now with venues and clubs, their licenses are different. Even with retail stores, because I used to work for Muzak. Muzak is what they call the elevator music company, the music that you hear in elevator and department stores. I used to install for them, and we used to put those systems in, and customers would have to buy media players that would stream from a satellite dish. We did not only the satellite dishes for Muzak, but we also did the satellite dishes for the Dish Network. We did Dish Network, so I had to install some places both of the dish. I installed, like if it was a bar, I installed a dish for their TV services, which also they had to have a license to replay the sporting events, because you know that you're not supposed to replay sporting events in public by the NFL, the NBA, whatever league that it is. And then also they had a dish for the music services with the media box, and the media boxes had, I want to say, at least probably about 16 different radio stations, and each one had different genres of music or a specific type of music that it'll play for the environment. Like you may have like a urban soul for like maybe a beauty salon, and you may have a top 40 for maybe like a restaurant. I mean, you had like different ones. You have like a couple Latina channels for like Mexican restaurants and stuff like that. You just had different music for each one, and those restaurants, when they pay for the equipment to be installed, they also paid like a monthly service. And with that monthly service, there was fees paid out for the license. They'd have to pay the license. Now, if they had a DJ that came into that restaurant, then that was different. That they couldn't take the music and say, okay, well, we're paying for music, why do we have to pay for a DJ too? It doesn't work in that case too. And I don't know if y'all remember, I think it was last year, or it was probably early last year, that a bar in Marietta, somewhere on the west side, northwest, that was
Marietta's on the north, but okay.
You remember hearing about it?
Cowboys, was it?
I don't know. It was a local, a small restaurant. It was a small restaurant. I can't really say. And
Milo's?
I don't know. I'll look it up. But anyway, they got fined or something for playing music or whatever. I had to look that article up, but I remember it was somewhere like Marietta, Smyrna, somewhere like that.
Send me that when you get it. Send me that when you get it.
I think I know what you're talking about. I don't remember the name of the club, but they were.
No, it wasn't a club. It was a small. I think it was a small restaurant.
Oh, okay.
Like
okay.
something that was in like a little shopping square or something like that.
Oh, Natty's. Over the Jamaican soul food spot.
Was it?
I think so, because my boy DJ Tui, he would DJ out there. I DJ out there and stuff like that. The only two small spots in Marietta I know is when we used to do Milo's, and then when we used to do Natty's, but like they wouldn't really mess with us too much like that as far as anything. But like I know when I would be at Marlene's and stuff, she just said that I couldn't record myself DJing and stuff, and
you can't record yourself DJing.
Yeah, she said, and then putting it on the website and stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what the owner said when I was at Marlene's and stuff. So, but that was over near Lithia Springs though. As far as the Marietta, like what we got out here in Marietta, we got Rio, we got the Tiger, the Red Train been broken down. I mean, you got the what's that? The back door. You got the what was this?
I don't know. I'm looking it up now. Y'all can go ahead and I'm gonna try to find it, because it was, if I remember right, it was a small, like shotgun size restaurant that took up maybe like one space. It wasn't something that big, so they didn't have a real big dining area, but I think they had a DJ. I don't know. I had to find it, but I remember seeing it, and it may be a post in the zone. I have to search for that too. I'm trying to see if I can find it right now. So if y'all had another question or something.
Well, while y'all were talking about that, I decided to refresh my memory on the license fees.
Mm-hmm.
So I did a quick search, and with an ASCAP license, the minimum is $390. So that's a minimum. $390.
$390 a year.
$390 for a year. That's the minimum cost. So it could be more depending on what you need the license for. And I think that one, yeah, that's just ASCAP. So BMI is probably somewhere around that same price. And then there's CSAC. Yeah, so the CSAC, that's a whole nother thing. They don't even have any prices on there. So it depends on what you need your license for, what your business is, probably the size of your business or location or whatever you're doing. So you start to look at all of these different licenses that are, or different organizations that have different licenses, the prices on each one, whatever it ends up maybe existing for us, I don't think as individuals is going to be the way. I think it's going to have to be something that the platforms can actually get, and like how Mixcloud has. That's going to have to probably be the way forward, because I really think that whatever license, with the looking at the ones that exist and the fact that most of the licenses that exist are, like we were talking about before, they're for specific locations, or specific cities or something like that, something that's more condensed and controlled as to how far your reach is actually going to be. And with us being online, and that instantly is global, I think that's the cost of those fees for those licenses probably going to be insane, and it's probably not going to be worth any of our time. But
look at
maybe,
you. You're old school. You're an old school DJ. You're an old school DJ. You knew how much it took just to get records, to buy records and stuff like that, and then put them in crates and stuff like that, and then like you had to buy all your albums bit by bit and stuff like that. So I mean, like, for real. I mean, you were
yeah,
you were OG. You were OG.
It depends on what they come up with. I'm just looking at what exists and just kind of trying to think about, okay, well, if these are the situations with what we have now and what we need them to create, how would that look? Based on what we already have. And it really just depends on how they write it and how widespread we can actually go with it, and and then where they come up with fees from there, and then if how that benefits you as an individual to spend that money for that license. Because if you just strictly using it just so you can play online like we are right now, you might not be generating enough money to cover that cost, and you end up spending more money than you're getting. But then if you're just using it as a marketing tool for when you actually go play out somewhere, then that might make that, that might offset that. So it just really depends on what they come up with, and then how you utilize it. It's not going to be for everybody. That's for sure. It just ain't going to be for everybody. But I will hope that they come up with something, because honestly, this ain't going away. This ain't going away. It's always been here, and it's not going away.
A year from now, we won't even have to worry about this, because there'll probably be at least maybe 2 or 3 services that are in place. Because right now, and this is one thing, Zoom is going to phase out. Watch, Zoom is going to phase out. Zoom is going to phase out because the new Messenger rooms is mimicked to be Facebook's version of Zoom. And what she said about
maybe Facebook will buy Zoom or some shit.
No,
we was talking about that before. Yeah,
that's what the new Messenger is going to be. Zoom. If you go back and look at the video, it's going to be just like Zoom. You're going to be able to open up even the version that they have now, you can open up. I think I've seen it on the phone. You can do maybe 6 different screens on your phone, somewhere between 4 to 6. And on the computer or your iPad or, you know, tablet, whatever, you could probably do more. That's what Messenger is going to be, Facebook's version of Zoom. And then now, since they have it to where you can charge people for a service, it's going to be the one that everybody's going to use for streaming to, if it doesn't do the flagging, which move to the Messenger platform, it may work differently than the actual streaming, because if it just like the way Zoom works now to where it's not connected to social media. They have Messenger now to where it's not connected to social media. It's a different app of its own. That's probably why they separated it, so the two wouldn't be linked together. So now, if you can, and you can even try it. Open up a video call. Try to do a video call to somebody and play music directly to another person. I'm sure you won't get flagged because there's no algorithm there to detect. It's like you making a phone call, or that you're doing FaceTime or whatever. So you're not going to get flagged. That's how they're going to be able to get by with being able to stream on Messenger. And with them creating it to where it mimics like Zoom, everybody that's doing the Zoom parties now, either they can do Zoom and pay the premium service, or they can come to Facebook Messenger and do the same thing, where it may be free up to maybe like 6 people, or it may be even completely free like Messenger is now. There's no charge in Messenger, and the only thing you do a charge for your clients. Like you could do in your contract to where, where your client pays for the room, and that not only pays for you to do the service, but then that also pays for your fee as well. You include everything in one price. So you actually create the room. Like, say for instance, if your client is if you charge your client $330, and say $300 of the dollars is what you're making, and the $30 it is what it costs to create the room, then you got all your money up front when you create the room and you start to stream from it. Now, the only thing that I could say that may be an issue that hopefully they'll get figured out is the sound and the video. I was testing with somebody earlier. They called me earlier and wanted me to check out their Zoom. They was having issues, and close to the end of it, I said, "Oh, you may have forgot to enable something." I forgot that it was mentioned earlier last week that you have to click, if you're doing it from a mobile device, you have to make sure that the enable original sound is checked. And at that time, we started looking for it and we couldn't find it. We couldn't find it while we was in session. It wasn't until we disconnected and I started looking through settings, and then I found it. And I think that may have been the problem for the sound issues. But if they do Messenger to where the sound is clear and you can create the room, because I didn't understand, and when I was talking to her, I didn't understand how Zuckerberg was talking about monetizing the rooms. And I thought that it was just like you have like your own personal club or your own concert or whatever, and you charge people to come in. But I didn't think of it that you can replace it for Zoom and, charge your client to create the room plus your fee. You add everything in one pricing, and then boom, you got your room. Your client is invited in, and then your client invites all their people in. So then boom, you got a Zoom party. Now, as for if you do it like some people are doing it, they're I think somebody mentioned about doing a free Zoom party. No, well, that may have been early. Somebody mentioned something about doing the Zoom party for free. You're doing the Zoom party for free, and if you have to pay to do it in Messenger, then you're going to have to pay to create that room to invite people in to where you're looking for donations. So it may work. I'm thinking about it more because that was the first time I actually watched the video straight through. We recorded it, and I didn't even watch it. I didn't even play it back. I said, okay, whatever bloopers, I'm not going to edit anything out. I didn't edit out when she got disconnected or when she couldn't hear me or whatever. I said, I'm just going to let it play. But as I rewatched it and heard some stuff that I may have missed, I started thinking of more stuff. And the Facebook rooms thing is kind of starting to make sense, but we just need to see how it's going to play out with the actual sound and the video and how it's going to work as for the charging, and if they can get the copyrights out the way, which now I'm thinking there won't be any copyright issues because it's going to be completely different from Facebook platform. Because the thing is, you're going to have to add people to your list or to a group or whatever, and that's going to take them off the Facebook platform to where it's actually being streamed to the public, to where it's only kept in private.
Or like how she was saying that it's more that they may be looking at it more like when you're inviting people into this little group that is just no different than you invited people over to your house and you played the music in your house. You know, it's a private.
Yeah, it's going to be private.
Yeah, so I can see it from that perspective. You know, how they would work that out, but I mean that still doesn't solve the licensing issue that.
Well, that'll be Facebook how the licensing
and every other. I mean, yeah, for that, if you want to have one of those big kind of group kind of things, you know, but that's not for everybody because, like, for example, my sister was telling me that one of her friends that's a DJ was doing Zoom parties just to basically have, you know, everybody in there, and I know some people like that because they can see their audience on screen, but the same way we're sitting here talking and we just looking at the screen talking to each other, and how y'all just sitting there looking at the screen while I'm talking, that's basically what everybody was doing while he was DJing. Some people had their mics muted, some of them didn't, but you couldn't hear them over the music, and everybody just kind of sitting there. Some people might kind of nod their head or sing along or something like that, but they're not really, it's not like they getting up and they dancing around the room. Yeah, it's not the same thing as actually being at a party. So, you know, that she was like, you know what, I went to a couple of those, I didn't like it. It ain't for me, you know. So it might work for some people, it might not, you know, but the ones that it's not going to work for, and I would say I would be in that group. I don't have an interest in doing something like that. I actually like having the people sitting in the chat and talking to me from there, and then I get on the mic and I shout them out or respond to something that they say, because I've been watching gamers on Twitch and YouTube and wherever for years, and that's how they interact with their audience. So to me, that's the norm, you know, for live streaming and interacting with an audience. You know, that works perfect for me. So I would rather keep it that way. So I need the license. You know what I'm saying? So we still need that to exist in some fashion. But like I said, I think it's going to be the per platform.
And then don't you think that if they develop the system, 5 minutes remaining, okay.
Yeah, don't you think, actually, but
okay. Don't you think if they develop, if Facebook developed the system, that would capitalize it, they'd make a whole lot more money. Like, so if the people were cutting the check.
I mean, they would, but I mean, Facebook's not going to do it. One, that's just like I like to look at the history of a particular company. So like what you said about them earlier about buying Zoom, they probably did try. And when Zoom said no, they ripped them off. Same thing that they did to Snapchat.
They bought Instagram.
So they bought Instagram because Instagram sold. But then they tried to buy Snapchat and Snapchat said no. So they took all Snapchat features and put them in Instagram. You know what I'm saying? So that's the nature of Facebook. So I really don't see, while while we can see how it could benefit Facebook, I don't see Facebook putting in that legwork to create something like that. If somebody else creates it and they can integrate it into their platform, they'll do that. But I don't see them going and taking the steps to be the one to innovate and create that license to where that can exist. Just like even Mixcloud didn't create the license, they got a license that was meant for something else and integrated into what they do. So it's, I just really, until somebody actually writes this license and creates this to exist, it's just, we're going to be in the same position that we're in. And the best it's going to get is what Mixcloud offers, and maybe other platforms can do it. I think Spotify and Pandora might be the next ones that might actually have the best opportunity to capitalize on it, because they also already have a license similar to what Mixcloud has. So to be able to stream music off of their platform, so I could see them being able to do that. And maybe Twitch, because they hired somebody from Spotify to come in, maybe they might come up with something. I see maybe more innovation coming from them on something like what you were saying Facebook should do before Facebook actually doing it.
All right, guys. Well, we're about to wrap it up because I used an hour to record the video with me and her. So I'm gonna be short an hour this month. So I'm trying to narrow it down, because if I break it up into 5 hours every segment, then I will have enough time and I won't go over whatever. So I'm gonna let everybody who wants to go out first. I'm gonna let somebody go out first with your outros, and then we're gonna wrap it up. So who wants to take over first? Well, we're going to let Thomas go last because he's still asleep. Well, he's out.
Hey, Steve, go ahead.
I see his mic is muted, and I can't even see him on screen, but I know it's background, and he's probably laid out somewhere. All right, so who's up?
I guess I go first. So I guess we probably kind of go around the screen.
All right, here we go.
So you can find me on Facebook and SoundCloud is Subconscious BSC. On Twitter, which I'm rarely on, but Twitter and Instagram, Subs BSC. You can also
Subs BSC is
SUBS BSC. The BSC stands for Bad Sea Creations. That's my my crew. I had to add that because of Bport, but anyway, and then you can also reach me through the Atlanta DJ Collective. It's Atlanta DJ Collective on Instagram and Facebook, as well as Twitch. We have a number of DJs, and we invite any Atlanta DJs to come play with us. If you want to reach out to a new audience, we got, people that probably may have never come across you. You can, cross promote. Reach out to our audience and grab some new followers, and vice versa. You might bring some people over to us, and we can all benefit, and reach new people, and spread the knowledge and grow together. And that's actually what the whole collective is about, is for us to just kind of support each other as DJs and expand. And like I said, I invite anybody, you guys as well, to come over and play with us if you're interested.
All right. Thomas. Well, I get Thomas. He's still here. Thomas, you want to go ahead? Let me add him back. He took his camera off. All right. Ace, you ready? You up next?
Oh, sure. Hey, y'all got your phones? Oh, wow. Okay. All the screens. Okay. All right, good. This is awesome. Yeah. Hey, what's good? It's your favorite DJ Ace Boogie, checking in live one time for your mind. Make sure you follow me on Instagram. Man, get your phones out. It's at DJ Ace Boogie 404. Atlanta Hip Hop Day is gonna be in October 3rd and 4th. It's a 2-day a festival that I'm gonna be DJing at this year, 2020, the 10th anniversary and stuff like that. MC War Promotions, DJ Scream is actually gonna be presenting with me and stuff like that. Follow me on Facebook, Ace Smith, and then I also have a DJ page, DJ Ace Boogie and everything. And just catch me on Tuesdays for karaoke night, starting June the 2nd, at Barber Bistro in Marietta.
All right. All right. You ready, Silent Assassin?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Time to make your screen debut. There
Boom.
you go.
DJ Silent Assassin, one word, all on social media platform. I'm not on Twitch, so Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. DJ Silent Assassin, all in one word.
That's it?
That's it.
All right. What's the radio station? What's the radio station?
You got to do better than that.
The radio station been closed down to further notice.
Oh. All right. Well, guys, and Thomas disappeared. Thomas M. Mason. You can find him on Facebook. He's DJ Blendistry. I don't know where that's listed as for his social media, but his DJ name is DJ Blendistry. And you can find him somewhere. I know he's on Instagram and Facebook as Thomas M. Mason. But thank y'all guys for checking this out and tuning in for this podcast with the questions, answer, the conversation, everything. The interview that I did with Shay is going to be after I close this. I'm gonna make it public. I'll post the link in the zone, and it'll be posted for everyone to see, to where that video alone will be available. You won't have to watch this full video or be able to tune in order to catch it. You can catch it separately outside of here. So y'all make sure y'all follow her, because I will try to have her as more stuff start to come up. I have her to answer more questions as more questions come up. I think I've covered most of the questions that mostly everybody want to answer for. If there's anything else, I'll put it to the side and save it for another time and try to get another interview. Right now, I see that she might have to catch up with some of the stuff that's been going on, because she wasn't familiar with the Mixcloud. She wasn't familiar with a lot of them. And I've been giving her information about stuff that we see as DJs that she may not see on the legal side, so that we can get the answer to that. If y'all need her services, go to her website, contact her. She's for hire or whatever. Also, Dres Tha Beatnik. If y'all need an MC for your event, if you called it at the beginning, where he spent probably 5 to 10 minutes listing off every DJ that he was an MC for. And like I said, the hairs would stand up on my arms with some of the DJs that he would name it. And well, if you need an MC, and somebody did post that before, that they was looking for an MC and he was tagged a couple times, then you definitely need to hit him up. I'm probably going to have him on in future podcasts. One thing that I'm going to be doing in the future, and if y'all want to do it, since y'all here first, I give y'all the opportunity first. I'm going to do a segment called In the Zone. And during In the Zone, it can either be pre-recorded, like what I did with Shay, or it can be done live. I'm going to take one DJ out of the zone, and then we're going to put that DJ in the podcast, and you're going to be interviewed. So basically, just like Subconscious, nobody didn't know who you was last week, but you've been posting a lot since last week, and people know who you are right now. And I don't know how many other people have been reaching out to you for maybe something that they heard or whatever, but that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to open up people that may not be known as much and let people see what kind of talents or what kind of services or, you know, their history or whatever. So I'm gonna try to get one person every week, do an interview, and then let you know who that person is, and I'm gonna call that In the Zone. It's gonna be something that's gonna probably be played in the beginning or somewhere in the podcast as a filler. So if y'all available for that, just hit me up. I get some questions. I can come up with questions I can come up with questions to ask you. Some of them may be the generic basic questions. Some of them may be questions that you didn't even know that I knew to ask or that you would never ask. But I can make it happen if you're interested. Just hit me up later, because right now I'm not sleepy. I'm usually sleepy about around this time, but I'm not sleepy. So with it being 3 o'clock, I probably got about another 4 or 5 hours before I pass out. So I'm gonna have to find something to do, or I'm gonna have to put myself to bed. But I'm gonna do one or the other. Like I said, thank y'all for tuning in. Y'all have been my favorite guys that tune in on the occasion, at least, if not every week, you tune in occasional. And like I said, I thank y'all, and you're always welcome to come back. As soon as I see y'all pop up on the screen, boop, I automatically bring you on, because I know it's going to be a conversation that's going to last for 5 hours or longer. 5 hours or longer. It never fails. I cannot short it up. I want to keep it 2-3 hours, because people been complaining, oh man, I can't, no, you're going to have to break it up. I'm like, dude. And subconscious, you remember that last week
we was all over
was asking me to break it. I'm like, nah, it's probably not going to happen. I thought about it, and then I'm like, nah, because then I have to go back to all my other podcasts and break them up into small segments. If I broke them all up into small segments of maybe less than 5 or 10 minutes per topic or whatever it was that was discussed, I'll probably have maybe about 500.
Need to hire a guy. Yeah, hire a guy.
You got 4 more hours, you're gonna be up. So
nah, we done. We done.
It is all, folks.
This is a wrap. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Thanks everybody. And for those of y'all that were tuning in, that didn't comment when I said check in so I can see who was there, that's fine. I haven't been keeping track of how many people been tuning in, but like I said, I do this regardless whether it's me by myself or one other person or 100 or 1,000. It doesn't matter, because sooner or later somebody's going to see this and they're going to say, oh, I saw your podcast, or I saw your video. You said something about blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, appreciate it. Appreciate it. The numbers don't matter with me. I'm not trying to become a YouTube famous person.
Yeah, I know, because I watch it, and then like sometimes if it's not a particular subject that I can actually just chime in on, I just watch it on YouTube or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, just long as I know somebody's out there watching it, it doesn't matter. I'm sharing the information. Sometimes people don't want to come back to see what was said. Like, I guarantee you tomorrow, and I will probably tag y'all 3. Somebody is going to ask a question that was said here, but they don't want to go here to the answer. I'm be like, well, we just talked about that last night. Tag subconscious, tag silent assassin, tag Ace Boogie. Do y'all remember what I said? And then that's gonna be the end of it. I'm like, okay, well, it's in the podcast. It's 5 hours. You probably gonna have to scroll to find it, but it's there. We may have talked about it. Yeah, we may have talked about it the first hour, then somewhere about around the 4th hour, it was brought up again. And the last 10 minutes, we may have said more, but it's all there. I'm not going to edit. I'm just going to let it play the way it is.
Hey, what's next week's discussion going to be?
Man, you know what? I mentioned this with when I talked to Dres. I think I talked to him Friday or Saturday, and I wanted to come up with the topic then, but I couldn't come up with the topic because I didn't have no idea. I saw it was his post. It was he had 2 posts in the zone, and I couldn't think of what to call the topic. So I was trying to get with him. I'm like, okay, what direction were you going with what you were saying? Because he mentioned one about music, then he mentioned one about the type of DJs, and I didn't know that they were both related. And then he mentioned art versus commerce. And then I came up with the part after the colon. or we both agreed on it. I said it, and then he said, okay, yeah, that'll work right there. But it still was kind of vague, and people may not understood. It wasn't until in the description when I mentioned who was going to be the guest and what we was going to be talking about that it made more sense and may have attracted more people, because his name carries a lot of weight in Atlanta. So, I mean, even though a lot of people that he listed hadn't watched, but then I can go and say, oh, yeah, I had Dres on my channel and he talked about you, or he mentioned your name. Like, what? Where's this? I'm like, okay, I just sent you the YouTube link. Just go check it out. I sent you the YouTube link. Just go check it out, or whatever. So usually when I come, even when I first started, it was over the weekend. So I don't come up with the podcast until Monday or Tuesday. I know I should promote it a week in advance.
Yeah,
but right now I don't have no idea of what to talk about next week, the topic. I would need to see what happens in the zone during the week before I get, okay, this can be my topic for next week. So if anything, the earliest I can create a topic is maybe Friday, unless something hits me tomorrow or somewhere between then to where I can say, okay, this is going to be my topic. But I mean, I know something that I can mention, but I can't really elaborate on it being a full topic. I can say, because I didn't talk about it in the video with me and Shay about Zoom, but I need to find out more about how people like Zoom and, kind of gather more questions. But I'm thinking of something about the Zoom parties. Maybe talk about the Zoom parties and have people that have done the Zoom parties to come on and say, oh, I've done this Zoom party and it was awesome. Or I kid you not, I had somebody that I had been helping to set up Zoom. He did his first Zoom party and it ended awful at the end. It ended awful at the. Yeah,
I think that's a great idea for a topic is talking about the Zoom parties, because I see a lot of people starting to talk about them. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people talking about them, and like I said, I'm curious, but I don't really necessarily want to do it. It's not really my thing, but I'm always curious about how different aspects will work, and maybe I can take something from that and integrate it with what I do. So I'm like really curious as to people's experience with those, and the stories. Like we all had stories earlier about requests and stuff like that. I'm curious about those kind of things.
Ace, if I don't post something, if you don't see a post with me scheduling the next podcast before Friday, hit me up, and I'm gonna do Zoom. I'm gonna try to do it in the morning. I don't really feel like doing it now when I could, but I'm finna go and put myself to bed because I'm trying to get back on a day schedule. I'm finally start waking up before noon or close to noon now. It used to be, especially when I did the podcast, I didn't wake up till like 4 or 5 o'clock in the evening.
Damn.
I mean, the room that I'm in right now is dark and there's no
I
clock.
really love your piano too. I love your piano.
Well, thank you. I bought it from nothing. Oh, it's on this side.
Yeah. So
I change the room whenever I'm doing something. If I'm doing something technical, I would change the background to something technical. But since I'm not doing anything technical, like I may use where is it? Either this one or this one. Yeah, I got a few newsroom backgrounds, or if I'm answering a question or whatever, I use this one.
I hate that one.
Yeah, I didn't really like it. I have studio ones too, but they don't really fit well with how I'm sitting. I need to sit down lower because I'm up too high. So
you know what I was thinking. I mean, like since you do all these live videos and everything, why don't you just do all that DIY stuff that you taught us back in the day? Like,
yeah, but that's what that's how I started. I started the podcast doing technical stuff, but I've ran out of technical stuff now. I think I've I think I've done it all, unless you know something that I haven't done. I mean, there's still stuff that I need to do.
You've never, except for personally, you've never pretty much showed anybody on video how you turned a regular mixer into how you
Oh,
put
you talking about Frankenstein over there?
Yeah.
You talking about how I added the
That was the coolest thing I've ever seen in my life. I mean, like, for real. You got it? Oh, yeah. Oh man, he's going to get it. Okay. You got it for real?
Close to him.
Hold on, let me blow this screen up. Hold on.
I mean, I got 3 SL boxes. How I added a SL1 into a Rain PMC 07.
Oh yeah, I've seen that done. Yeah, that's I always thought about doing that, but it's never bothered to try
Because
to do it.
you would tell me that
Cool.
like those mixers got a lot of room in it.
Yeah, they have a lot of room. I got an 05 that I was gonna do too. And that one, the 07 is called Frankenstein. The next one I was gonna do, if I do the 05, it's gonna be the Bride of Frankenstein. And this is how, and let me do it in the comments so you can see it. And that's how I spelt it. So that made it a one of a kind because it had my name in the middle. I always did the kin part in caps. And what also made it so different is people have done that mixer, but I took it to the next level. And the next level is I can send y'all pictures of it. I don't even know how I'll be able to pull it up now. I probably can't pull it up.
Make a how-to video. Make a how-to video.
I did photos, but the how-to part, it's not that much. It's not that much to it. I didn't really do a whole lot.
I mean, but that's quick content then. Open it up and show some footage and showing how it's wired up.
Yeah, exactly.
Show how it's wired up.
I could probably open that one up and explain it, but I had to do Dremel too. I had to cut little. Oh, because the thing with this one is, even though it has an SL1 card inside of it, it also has a 7-port USB hub, powered USB hub. So it has 4 ports on the outside and 3 ports on the inside. The 3 ports on the inside, one is used for the sound card, and then I got 2 others that's open. So guess what I could do with those 2 others? I could put I could put a 120 gig flash drive in it to where it's music inside the mixer.
Damn, see, that's what I'm saying. Like for
pretty smart.
Make videos like that.
Or I could put an SSD drive and put an external hard drive inside of it, which I thought about doing.
Make quick. That's what I'm thinking. Make quick videos.
But who's gonna do that? There's not that many people that's technical that's gonna do that.
But it ain't necessarily about.
And nobody probably won't even pay me to do it.
Man, look, I can't tell you how many YouTube videos I watched of something I ain't never gonna do, but it was really cool to watch somebody do it. You know what I'm saying? And it's sometimes it's just interesting to see that, you know what, that's kind of dope. I like how he did that.
Yeah,
maybe I might do something different, but I'll take inspiration from what you did and come up with something else that's in the same.
World,
yeah, you know, who knows.
And then, like, you never know, like, who you gonna? I mean, like me, as far as a DJ, I thought that was cool as hell. I've never flipped an analog mixer and made it digital, but like for real, just But I looked at it. That was always fantastic to me. That's why I brought it up.
Okay, I got you. Let me see. It should be have it saved photos. I can't find it now. I got it somewhere. Albums. There it is. All right, let's see. Let me share this screen. This is the first photo. Oh, that didn't work. Take out the. Okay, it's not working. This is the one. Oh, this one I just added. This is what you see. That's why I added the USB port right there. And that took me a minute to figure out how to add that one. This one is opened up with the card. Of course, I had to take it out the case. I labeled it. This is the USB port right here from a side view. And there's another view where you can see the side and where I drilled it in. I didn't really do it cleanly. I probably need to go back and make the cuts clean because it was hard trying to. I had to actually file it to make it square. Because I drilled a circle with a regular bit first, and then I tried to shape the corners. Mm-hmm. And I didn't really get it like I wanted it to. Those are my solder connections. That's all the soldering that I had to do. And I just basically tapped onto the line, I think. I'm trying to remember which one. Yeah, I think I tapped onto the lines. And then this is whenever, because the board is Velcro to the bottom, so I can pull it out real easy. I can open it up and change to an SL3 in probably 5 minutes. Those are my outputs, right? The outputs from the card, the USB port, the 9-volt, which I never have to use, the mic right there. I labeled it so when I swap one out, I know exactly where everything needs to go.
Hey, so does it have the same orientation? When you go to 1, 2, SL 1, 2, and 3, does it have? Do they all have the same orientation?
As for the inputs and outputs, but you just got more. And let me see, outputs. Well, nope, it'd be different, but I have my cords long enough. The outputs and the USB port. The USB port and the power,
you know they double up.
Is right here.
Yeah.
Instead of right here on the SL3.
Yeah, because I think there's 2 USBs on the 3, right?
It's 3.
Okay, so on the 2 there's a second.
Yeah, on the 2, yeah, there's 2 just like on the SL1. Let's see, Velcro right there. What I use, that's the actual board. That's the Velcro on the bottom. I didn't really do a whole lot. Didn't change anything on the face. That's how it's connected with the cables. Make sure I insulated everything. That's the USB hub that I use. I just removed it. I just had a USB hub. These ports were facing the outside. These 3 on the inside. I use one here and connect that one to the SL1 on the inside. And let me see. I think this one. Yeah, this one connected to the exterior port. So I had a cable that was connected here, and I think I soldered it instead of using the actual, and that's a mini, USB mini, not a micro. I think I actually soldered from the port onto this board. And then also I had to remove the power jack. I think I removed the power jack and the LED. The LED is on the outside too, so you can tell that it's on. Yep, there's the LED right there. I relocated the LED so you could tell when it's powered in. And where did I put the? I think I didn't add the port, but those are the openings. for the USB and the port to plug in the power.
Ah, that's cool, man.
Where is it? Should be right. I guess I didn't put it in on this picture, but there should be another port for power. That's not it right there. That's the that's for the mixer. And I wanted to do that separate. That is the wire for the LED. This is the cable, and I wish I had a shorter one. That was the shortest one that I had. So I had to coil it up and make sure it didn't move around. That plugged directly into the mixer. Now I could plug in, like I said, I could plug in 2 flash drives right there. Or you see, I got a lot more space left. And as you can see, if you look to the right, if you look at the actual mixer, the only thing that's taking up the space is right where the USB port is, this board right here. Other than that, it's open enough to where I can add more stuff along here. So I can put maybe not right here, but somewhere I can probably fit a SSD drive.
Hey, what's that? What's that right there? The loose one right there.
Which one?
The
this?
The loose one, yeah.
Oh, that was from the port on the back. That's the cable that went from the port to the back. And I think I cut that. I cut it and I soldered it to here. Well, I did something to connect it to the because the port that's mounted on the outside runs directly to the hub. And then from the hub, you have the SL1, and then whatever I plug into the back, like I can, like if I use like the Rain 12s on it, this is what I would plug it into. If I use the Rain 12s on that mixer.
How much would you charge for something like
that? I had to see what the mixer is, and if it can be done. I would have to open it up. I can't say I could do anything without knowing, because I know some mixers have a lot of space, some have no space. Like Pioneer mixers, nope. Pioneer mixers probably won't work.
No. How much would you charge for Frankenstein?
For Frankenstein like this, just for the SL1?
No. For
everything?
No. This particular one. What would you charge for that?
Okay, now I'm gonna say this with this particular mixer. Trying to find, because I need to find out what motherboard. I have to find where I can get this. I have to find the case or open this up and look at I probably won't be able to find it on the actual board, but I'll have to find this hub again, or a hub similar to. I do have 4-port hubs to where I can do 2 outside and 2 inside. I have a couple of those. But with this one, if you want it with this same configuration, I would have to find it. But I have to find something that I can use. And that's the thing, trying to find it, because this was just stuff that I had lying around. It wasn't nothing. The only thing that I bought extra was the USB port on the outside. And I know that was like probably $15, $16. And this mixer is probably over 8 years old, 7 years old. I did this in 2013.
I was there.
Yep, November 19th, 2013, when I took these pictures. So it was probably maybe a few weeks or a few days before that.
Yeah, you showed us all that at the Red Train when we had the DJ meet and greet.
Okay, yep, that's right. I sure did. I think that's when I first started out.
Yeah, that's how I remember it. Well, you actually posted it, and then like we had the DJ meet and greet, and then then I came out there, and then like you was the main. We was at the Red Train on Franklin Road.
Yep, I remember that. I still have pictures of that.
I got videos.
You got video?
Yeah.
Oh, send that to me.
Okay. Most of this of T.O.
You can send it to me later. don't have to be right now unless you just got it on you. You can. But that's it. I mean, it wasn't nothing. It was the I guess the worst part that a person would have to go through putting this together is making the holes, because I was really terrified about drilling holes in this mixer. But I bought this mixer probably, let's see, 2013. I bought this mixer probably in 2010 from a guy for $100. So I got a deal on it. And then plus I got an 05 too. And the 05, it needs a new fader on it. I had thought about doing that one, but I'm like, okay, I spent $350 for the 05 and only $100 for the 07. So which one to tear up, which one to experiment with? Oh, let's go for the one that's $100.
Yeah, and then you've been pushing everybody about getting an innovator. So I mean, like, yeah, so like, so the doctoring, like, you know, we get it, but like I said, that day at the train when you had popped your mixer open, that was the coolest shit I've ever seen.
And that was the red train. That was the one where they had like, I think I brought my mixer, and then I had my big mixer. I had my big mixer that was connecting everybody up, if I remember right. Because they had a mixer, they had stuff that was on a higher platform, right? It was stuff set up.
Because you was on the floor, and then
okay,
and then then they was on the stage, and then so you know, we had Tio and who's that girl? Our favorite girl, Aquarius. Yeah, she was there. She did her thing and stuff like that, and you know, you pretty much led the conversation when we had did the entire thing, and I think you was the one that set that up. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna tag you in those videos, and I'm actually gonna share it. So like anybody y'all that's on here, gonna go ahead and share it to the Ace Smith page, and y'all just hit me on let's see, hold on, and then y'all will be able to see these videos.
I don't know. To do a mixer like this, I would need to see it first. I can say at least to start off 150, and that ain't even a guesstimate, because I don't even know what I'm gonna deal with or what kind of problems that I'll run into to make it happen.
Oh, okay.
That'd be just like saying, oh yeah, I could do it for $100. I have it ready tomorrow. I would really be lying to you. I would definitely be lying to you if I said any of that, because it is. I opened up that mixer and there's nowhere to put it. Some mixers are hollow and have a lot of space. Some of them are cramped full of stuff. And the ones I know people haven't been having much luck with are the Pioneers. The last Pioneer I took apart was a 707. And I definitely wouldn't recommend trying to put one in that.
Yeah, this was you that night. Yeah.
Yep, even the mixing board that everybody was patched into was mine. I had bought it, and I think I had never used it, or I never used that version. I used to have a smaller one, but I figured it out. I'm like, okay, I got to try to learn the layout again. And now I have two of those boards, the mixing board. It was a short video. It was a short because I see it already ended.
Oh no, that was other videos as well.
Okay. All right, well, guys, I'm about to sign off because I'm 36 minutes, 37 minutes over. So y'all make sure y'all catch me next week. The Zoom will be the one for next week. I'm going to do the Zoom next week. Hopefully we'll be able to get a lot more people in, because I know people are doing the Zoom party. So
how many people can you get at a time
on Zoom?
I know on here.
6 in the live. So we could have got 2 more people. And I've only done that once before. I think that was like the first one we had Ghost, DJ Ghost, and somebody else that was in here. I'm trying to remember. Were you in here? No, you weren't in here that day.
Nah.
But we had like 6 people, and that one went for like 5 hours. But I'll catch y'all tomorrow because I'm sure I will see y'all posting something or somebody be posting something tomorrow. Y'all sleep well. I am about to retire. I catch y'all on the flip side later. Peace, everybody out there.
Later.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, well, how that?